Going live, you're live. Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 280. We'll be with you after the intro has finished. And do some checks. Pool's a wee bit of a muddle today. I think I need to drink some more tea. I'll be sitting here quietly checking things. What's that doing over that screen? That shouldn't be on that screen. Don't tell me that's changed as well. Today, I think I need to drink some more tea. You got feedback there, Robert. Why is it going through your headset?
It's okay now.
Yeah. You do that every time now. I'm not sure what you're doing. We'll get Susan on chair. I don't even see Susan. Is she on the side? She's selecting.
Not seen Susan yet.
There's Mr. Mush just gone by. Now we're going down to the base. I think people like this UFO case ones better than my debunking, but I got a few likes yesterday, which is quite amazing. It was pretty active yesterday. Hello. Hello. Fingers crossed, no technical problems. Good to be back. Okay, let's have some fun. No hardcore swearing, misspell words in the side chat if you have to. No trolling, no self-promotion, no promoting other fraud channels. That takes it away from our live stream, and just have a good time. What are we doing today, Robert? It looks like we had some good lists there.
Encounter Devil's Den. We're spending most of our time on this case, Paul. We'll see if we get to the others.
Okay,
I don't think we're on another 5.5 hour video like
I don't know.
week.
I think Charles managed just to survive it. Why is it not working? Oh, look how slow that is. What's going on here? Looks like it's come right now.
It's got up now.
Well, just keep an eye on it, folks, and let us know if the audio corrupts or crackles. Live stream. I think the hardcores have gotten used to the live streams now. A lot of them complained about it. They went 10 minutes, which is impossible, but people still want cut down versions of our live streams. I don't know if we can condense one case down to 10 minutes. You wouldn't know much about it at all, would you?
No. The only help that is that, it might make you aware of the case, and then you do further research yourself. Other than that, it's close to useless.
Yeah, it's like a midnight teaser.
Yeah.
Oh, Grandma just goes into the cupboard. Okay, go to sleep. See you later. Big bad wolf is going to blow the house down. Okay, good night. That's about as much as we can fit of the story. And I think a lot of these Generation M's and C's out there that mostly follow the fraud channels like Secure Team, which it's odd that he hasn't really showing up lately, and now he's done his court cases. Need to get used to how to consume UFO topics again, like we used to. We used to read magazines and books and watch long documentaries on TV. There was a good series that I used to watch. Was it UFO Files? That was a really good series. It went through all the different things.
There was UFO Files Unsealed, wasn't there?
That's what it said. It was called UFO
the
Files
one?
here. No, that was
That could be a different one, you know.
Unsealed UFO Files. UK have a habit of renaming the American TV show names. New Zealand doesn't do that. I don't know, it's some licensing agreement or some stupidity like that. And they also changed the order of the episodes, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay.
And it confuses everybody, and especially the pirates out there that rip it from different countries. You've probably seen it online. You think, no, that's not a new series, it's just a different name. They do it with crime shows as well. So I've got a new treat for us here. I've got a new graphic for when Robert wants to go to toilets. So let's see if it works.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Here we go.
What in God's name is that?
That's you having a pee.
Oh, Jesus.
You're almost getting it in the bowl there. You're quite...
It's like I'm trying to flood the floor. Jeez.
Yeah, you're almost getting it. You're getting some in, some out. Isn't that normal, though?
Oh, wow. Little things, please, little minds, as they say.
So, we got a link to go.
Yeah, just before that, I'd like to say thanks to the Australian lad, Codry. It's very courageous to come out with his story, and it was quite a harrowing tale as well. And a credible one. So yeah, thanks for sharing that, and let's hope we can get Earl on one day. And I think he's more equipped than me or Paul to deal with that type of encounter, So yeah, other than that, you've got whatever UFO news there's. Unidentified season 2. There's going to be 8 episodes. They were originally doing 10, but COVID intervened, so it's 8 episodes. And apparently, people have seen previews. Have said that it's actually excellent and better than the first season. So we'll see. We've only got to wait till this Saturday anyway. Yeah, there's also the rumours flying around, and that's what they are at the moment. Rumours. There's a big story going to break in the New York Times, and it's something related to UFO crash retrievals. But as I said, it's still a rumour at the moment, so no point going much further with the news. So yeah, we'll crack on with this case then.
I thought it might be some new footage coming out too, from what I...
We don't know. The thing is, we don't know what it is, Paul. Yeah, that's been said as well.
Okay. Maybe it's the Roswell thing that Trump was talking about.
Yeah, well, I think when it comes to UFO crash retrievals, all roads lead back to Roswell, don't they?
Yeah, well, I wonder what the earliest crash, the real crash, would be, though. There was meant to be earlier crashes than that, though, wasn't there?
And there was the Missouri one, wasn't there, 1941? And in fact, there's actually some that we've reported by sailors. I think it was in the 18th century, but I'm not sure what they've been drinking or, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll leave the link there for you to start off with Devil's Den.
Yeah. And we can get into it. Looks like everything's going all right. Do we need to scale that one down? Or... what's that?
No. This is the story from the man's mouth, actually. So
we're heading off to Arkansas, is it?
Arkansas, I think, isn't it?
Arkansas.
Yeah, Arkansas.
Where's Arkansas then? Or is that set? Oh, am I saying it wrong? Whereabouts is that going? Down near Kentucky? No? Where is it? Come on, get bigger. It's not too far from Mississippi, Missouri, Nashville. Yeah, Kentucky is next door, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure what town it is, but we'll find out. It seems
Well,
very
the Devil's
sensitive.
Den was kind of remote area, you know. There's no landmarks to be seen there, Paul, as such, you know.
No, it looks very green there.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect place to have hidden Air Force bases and stuff. So I'm not sure if we've got any pictures. Oh yeah, we got a few of this one. And implants, is it? By the looks of it.
Yeah, well,
We might come back to those. So let's kick this off. Let's see how it goes.
Ooh.
Is this from his own mouth, is it?
Yes.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff on that page. Let's see how it reads.
Yeah. A really blurry screen on my side.
It's really sharp this end. Very sharp, and it says excellent connection both directions here. So that's
okay.
So I'm not too sure. Maybe drop in and out again, and it'll kick in again.
Okay.
Or maybe I should. I might do mine too. I'll just kick this reader and we'll have a play.
Years after a UFO camping encounter, Terry Lovelace discovered a possible alien implant in a routine X-ray. 9-minute reading
right?
time. Terry Lovelace.
Yes, I'll restart my end.
About me, TerryLovelace.com. I've been a devoted runner for most of my life. I began running in earnest when I left the military in late 1979. I didn't run marathons, but I was devoted to 3 or 4 miles a day. Soon I noticed something odd. At about the 2-mile mark in my run, a spot on my right leg went completely numb. It was just above my knee and only about 1 inch in diameter. With a pin I could define its edges as perfectly round. Less than an hour after my run, the sensation returned. I mentioned it to my doctor, who blew it off and suggested I do the same. I dubbed it my numb spot and never gave it a second thought. That was until October 22, 2012, when a fall landed me in an emergency room. An X-ray of my leg above the knee discovered an anomalous bit of metal. The radiologist was sure it was a man-made object about the size of a fingernail with 2 wires attached. He pointed out it resembled an RIFD compute device. He also noticed a collection of foreign objects below in my calf muscle. He insisted on examining my leg for scar tissue, insisting the only way these objects could become embedded in my leg would have required an incision. He said, "It's impossible to breach the integrity of the skin without leaving a scar." There is no scar. I asked, "Doctor, how often do you find a foreign body underneath the skin without a corresponding scar?" He thought for a moment. "Never," he replied. "I've been a radiologist for 23 years and I've never seen it before." He said it was disturbing. A day or 2 later I made the connection. The foreign object in my knee lay just below my numb spot. In early 2013 the nightmares returned and reopened a chapter of my life I hoped had ended in 1978. I had no intention of ever disclosing what happened to my friend, and I back in 1977. September of 2017, I was a guest speaker at a UFO event in Houston. It was my first public appearance and opportunity to speak candidly on the topic of alien abduction. This was the time when I decided to write a book. It's an important topic. We deserve to be informed and not misled. I fear we've been desensitized about the UFO phenomena by the media, especially the motion picture industry. Close Encounters of the Third Kind was released in November 1977. My experience happened in June that same year. Now, YouTube provides a flood of valid information mixed with confabulation and deception.
Yeah, I just stopped it after
Know
this
the
part.
truth. Aliens really exist and some live and walk among us without so much as a second look. There are probably many species from different worlds or different dimensions here on Earth today.
There we go.
Yeah. So, 1977, the year of Close Encounters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, this actually occurred several months before the film came out. So I just thought we'd get that one, put that one to bed early, so there was no influence from the film.
Yep. You want to say anything else? Is that it? So,
well, that's I wanted to make that point. No, it's quite important, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
I thought
But there's another thing about this guy. He became a lawyer, and he was an assistant attorney general, a highly intelligent man. And when you listen to him on interview, and I hope we can play a little bit later, he puts the story over well, incredibly well. Which is kind of a yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's when he was
looks
in
like
the
an
forces.
actor, actually, though. Kind of looks like an actor.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like one of the actors. I can't remember what his name is.
Just looks like a typical military bunk to me. Whiteman Air Force
so that's
Base
meant to be a picture of what's in his leg or knee or whatever it is. Like
that's right. Yeah.
That kind of looks like a human-made technology there, though, doesn't it? Compared to the other implants we're seeing.
Well,
makes you wonder if it's a military experiment they're using him for there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well,
what I was going to say, though, is the story started out a wee bit strange. Normally you start off with the UFO encounter, and then they look at the implant. This one started off with the implant.
Well, yeah, you see, what he's trying to do there is tell people why he came forward. Because this is a 1977 incident, and he didn't come forward in 2012. When they found that implant, that's when he felt compelled that he needed to speak out about this. And there's quite a bit of intimidation as well early on. They made them sign a non-disclosure act, but we'll get into that.
Susan's finally joined us on the side. Welcome, Susan. You're not fighting with family again over politics, are you? Okay, let's carry on.
Today, some aliens may actually be our benign space brothers, as some have claimed. Here to join hands and walk mankind into a new era of peace and higher consciousness. Maybe so, but not the ones we met. The beings we met were monsters. They kidnap people and subject them to terror and brutality in pursuit of their agenda. They are 100% purpose-driven and void of empathy for human or animal suffering. We are their lab rats. Once you're tagged as their specimen, you're tagged for a lifetime. Like a wild animal on the Serengeti plain. When I finished speaking, about a dozen people stayed and formed a queue to ask questions. Some folks just wanted to know a few more details, and a few others told me about their own abduction experiences. I noticed a young college student growing impatient for his turn. A few minutes later he came forward and excitedly asked, "How can I get them to take me?" I was stunned. "Were you not paying attention?" I asked. "I guess not. Look closely at the X-ray images. What makes these images remarkable is the absence of scar tissue over or near the objects."
Okay. Yeah, do you know, for most people, abduction, it's just not nice at all.
No.
John Mack, when he interviewed, he interviewed multiple people. I think in the end it was dozens and dozens that he put under regression, and he said 90-odd% of them were suffering from PTSD. They wish it never happened to them. And you've got this, you've got abductees and you've got contactees. Now, the contactees that I tend to think they're the bullshitters because they reckon it was all great and the Space Brothers, and they seem to be the.
You've been listening to Erica Luke's show yesterday, haven't you?
Yes, I did with Kathy Dolan.
Because that's the last thing I listened to before bed too. And yeah,
Mhm.
Dolan's ex-wife. Yeah. Anyway, they were talking about Space Brothers, and I don't know. Dolan's ex-wife seems to be a wee bit believes in everybody. That's what I thought. Apart from a
Yes,
couple of
I got
men.
that. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
that impression as well. And it was quite funny, to be honest, because Erica Lukes likes to push her narrative, doesn't she?
yeah, and
But
she was very quiet.
yeah, because she didn't want to upset Karen,
Yeah,
but you knew that they weren't agreeing; they were just being super nice to each other. And to be honest, I thought it just felt so fakey, false. That whole
yeah.
um,
The whole interview, yeah,
yeah, and I thought she was going to go into the divorce and all the other stuff because I've
yeah.
heard a lot about that. But that's not ufology, is it? That's a
That's
domestic
right.
personal thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, they never got to that, and
I did post a
and
comment, a couple of comments on that one. I'll probably be banned today, probably, because I said Dolan used to be good. Because she was actually saying lots of good things about the
yeah,
ex-husband, and
yeah,
I thought,
she was, yeah.
yeah. And they didn't even mention the other woman's name at all, I don't think, from what I
No,
heard.
no, not at all, no. Mm.
So,
Which is probably a good thing, to be
yeah.
honest. No point having your dirty washing in public, is there?
Well, while we're speaking on there, I
No.
thought the interesting point was that he was going to do a PhD and decided not to, because once you get a PhD, they expect you to become a tutor in the university, which is a strange
Yeah,
concept because you don't have to become anything. You can just do it, just prove a point that you're educated and understand the material that you're going to become an expert in. But he could easily have done a master's degree or a bachelor of
he's done. No,
science.
He done. Yeah, he got two. He got two master's degrees. One was in politics.
Mm,
The other was in Cold War history, I think.
not particularly great PhDs. I mean, master's degrees in anything really.
Why? Why?
Well,
There's nothing wrong
politics.
with
It
Cold War
seems to,
history, and nothing wrong with
yeah, yeah.
politics.
I find that it's like someone doing a arts degree. It's sort of, yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Hello, what's going on here?
Are we there, Robert?
Hello, Paul.
Are we back? I think the Men in Black got us again. No
Whoa,
kidding.
that was a.
Yeah,
Hold on. Yeah, can the guys hear us now?
I think so. What they're saying inside. All the mic indications are going up. Can you say 1, 2, 3? I'll just check.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, we're back. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all back.
Uh,
Yeah, that was really strange. I forgot what I was saying now, and we've got to. Oh, I was talking about history and all that, but we better resume, I suppose. It
No,
looked like
no,
it was almost like someone
as
didn't
far as
like us. Yeah, it was almost like someone didn't like what we were saying. They cut us off. Boom, a bit like YouTube does when they boot off someone. It was like
Oh
it was like instant.
no. Oh, there we go.
See, my alien head. I was always checking for the headset mic, and it came up with error, and I thought, what? lucky enough I saw it and then saw the mixer had crashed. So I had to unplug the headset and restart everything on the mixer side. Anyway, it's going now. It's really strange.
I'm not sure if both of us are back. Not Charles has just said I'm back, but you're not. I don't know what's going on.
Oh no, he's saying both now. All good.
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
It may be just catching up on Google's side again. That was really strange, guys.
I don't think you can knock a history degree, Paul. Not at all. Not at all. I don't think you can knock a degree in politics either.
Hang on, let me just restart.
I'll tell you now, yeah.
Hang on, I got that restart. You got an error there. Here we go. Are we back? I'll be back. Always be back. They can't silence us. Not Google. Nobody can. Hey, can you hear me? Are we back? Oh, yep. Got you again. Yeah, I'm sort of like a real degree to me is like an engineering degree, science degree, maths degree. And all the other ones are like entertainment degrees, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I suppose we do need those other types of people in our world. But for the field that he's in, I suppose for what he wrote. Yeah, but for what he wrote in his book, it was right up his alley. You know, the history of UFOs and the politics.
Exactly, yeah.
So for what he did at university, it fitted right in. But what has he done since then, apart from that one particular good book on politics? And
no. He's wrote several good books.
Yeah, but it's always on the same thing, though, isn't it?
Nobody wrote them for him, Paul. He's a self-publisher, and he publishes books for other people too.
Yeah, he met up with a few people and collected a few notes and put it into a book, apparently, wasn't it? What was he saying on the show that he met Kit Green, was it? Was it Kit Green? And it was...
Hal Puthoff.
Hal Puthoff, yeah, that's right. And then they were both sitting in the hotel room saying, wow, it's true after all, that the aliens are real. So not too sure what he said to him. And what he knows, or did he show him some pictures or some videos?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it left him fairly shocked, didn't it?
Yeah. So if you, I'm not sure if I got the link handy, but I did post it on Discord. Let me see if I can find it. To Erica Luke's. Where is it?
You should really be doing these kind of things at the end, you know.
Yeah, I know. But we had an interruption there, sort of ruined our stride again. It was only going to be a quick interruption, but now it's turned out to be about a 5-minute one. I think it was in that link on the room. Oh no, it seems to have gone really, really slow. 100% at the moment, isn't it? Was that the one? I see she was going on about some people out there still calling me a skeptic, and I straight away see an image of you in my head when she was saying that. Hey, here we got Ken, thank you very much. Hey, we got a bargain price. Not $4.90, not $4.95, but $4.99. Okay. We still got that message popping up. Hang on. Oh, I'll just carry on. I'll look for the link anyway.
Yeah.
We'll get there. We seem to always have strange stuff happening nowadays. Sooner I get a better laptop, the better, I think. Oh, there we go. It's caught up. Susan as well, thrown in.
Yeah, thank you, Sue.
Where was the other one? It's all locked up there, isn't it? Is that working? Oh, here we go. Ken and Susan. Oh, you didn't say anything, Susan. What did Ken say? Computer fixed. I hope so.
Computer
Okay,
fun.
let's see if it carries on from where we left off, and I'll see if I can find that link to Eric Luke's Dolan chat. Come
Objects. Look closely at the X-ray images.
There you go.
What makes these images remarkable is the absence of scar tissue over or near the objects. If you're curious about my abduction, and what qualifies me to speak with authority about such an esoteric topic, it began on a camping trip. In 1977, I was a 22-year-old staff sergeant in the United States Air Force. My friend Toby and I went on a 2-night camping trip to an Arkansas state park known as Devil's Den. We planned the trip as a wilderness adventure. Instead of a wilderness adventure, we experienced an encounter with something unimaginable. We became unwilling participants to events that shaped our futures in ways we could never have imagined. It's cost me 4 decades of disturbed sleep. It cost my dear friend his life. After my enlistment, I made my profession in the law, first as an attorney in private practice, and then as a civil servant. The question I'm most often asked is, why didn't you come forward sooner? There are several reasons. I enjoyed the respect of my peers and a good reputation in the legal community. Had I come forward with my story 30 or even 10 years ago, it would not have been well received. It would have meant the end of my legal career. In certain professions, the subject of UFOs is taboo. To name just a few, the law, academia, medicine, and the commercial airline industry. Being overheard discussing the UFO topic in the lunchroom can carry negative consequences. YouTube provides a flood of valid information mixed with confabulation and deception. My wife and I kept this topic to ourselves.
That's all right.
We learned to avoid the subject because of the nightmares that always returned after the event was discussed. Horrific dreams that disturbed our sleep. Over time, we discovered these night terrors were punitive. If we avoided the subject matter, the nightmares would cease, for a time. They never completely abated. In later years, I would experience 1 or 2 a year. They persist to this day. I'm asked how I can recall these things with such clarity, when they occurred so long ago. As soon as I learned I was being investigated by the USAF's Office of Special Investigations, or OSI, I prepared a written chronology of everything that happened. I had been threatened with a court-martial for trespass onto federal land, and it seemed wise to record all I could remember, while it was fresh in my mind. I began keeping a written journal of my nightmares. It required some discipline, but I forced myself to record as much on paper as I could remember before the memories vanished. I found it helped me to better understand what happened. I learned to cope with the terror. On a beautiful June evening in 1977, the event, that what would become the incident at Devil's Den, unfolded.
Now we're getting
We arrived
into
at
it.
Devil's Den State Park in northwestern Arkansas in the mid-afternoon. We intentionally dodged the crowded campgrounds and sought somewhere remote. A place better suited to photographing wildlife, particularly eagles. We drove deep into the park, seeking out an isolated area on high ground. Our gravel road degraded into twin ruts in a dirt trail. Eventually, we crested the top of the small hill that opened onto a field. Before us was a small meadow of late-blooming wildflowers and knee-high grass. For a moment, we were awestruck by the scene. We nodded to one another and celebrated our good fortune. This was the place. The expanse of the high plateau was perfect for wildlife photography. We set up our campsite just as twilight enveloped us. The night was crystal clear, and the stars were amazing. After a late dinner of some badly burned hot dogs, we settled in for an evening around the campfire. Close to 10 p.m., our conversation came to a lull. After a few moments, I noticed the usual forest sounds of crickets and tree frogs fell quiet. It sounds cliché, but it was true. The forest that had been alive with nature sounds earlier in the evening abruptly fell silent. Even the westerly breeze we enjoyed earlier was gone. In the flickering light of our campfire, I noticed the leaves on the trees were still. The best analogy I can offer is that we were no longer looking at forest scenery, we were looking at an image of the scenery. It was more akin to a 3-dimensional hologram. The stillness unnerved me, but my friend Toby assured me our
Oop,
laughter
what
and
happened there?
chatter had quieted the crickets, and they'd soon return. I still felt unsettled. Looking to the west, Toby asked, "Hey, were those lights there before?" I turned to look. Just above the horizon sat a tight triangle of very bright stars. We watched them for a few minutes and argued about what they were. We first thought they were airplane lights, but quickly dismissed that notion, because of the odd configuration, and the fact they were stationary. They sat too high above the horizon to be lights from a roadway, or a parking lot. For about 15 minutes our debate continued. This was a single solid object. It tumbled at times, rotating end over end as it gained altitude. Then they moved. The 3 points turned in perfect unison. They rotated once as if on an axis, and began a slow ascent into the night sky. The movements of the 3 points of light were perfectly synchronized. This was a single solid object. It tumbled at times, rotating end over end as it gained altitude. The lights on each point of the triangle grew brighter,
Why
and they
would it
expanded.
tumble?
The size was difficult to gauge. But it was big. Its somersaults were too perfect for movement without a purpose. The points
We'll
stayed
stop it after
equidistant
this.
to one another as it sped up and continued to claw its way higher until it reached its ceiling.
And you're not corrupting, are you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
Okay,
carry
so
on.
what we've got here is there's another triangle, and this is 1977. This is even before Hudson Valley.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it had
hearing
a
corruption.
light.
Yeah, I'm hearing
What?
corruption. Yeah, I'm hearing corruption, sorry. Now let me just reset. Are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
That sounds better again. Oh yeah, carry on. Hudson River?
Yeah, as I was saying, like this predates Hudson Valley, which was in the early 80s, wasn't it? This incident was in 1977. So you've got now a triangle that's involved in an abduction event as well, which makes me feel that I know there's triangles out there that we have. There was an absolutely picture perfect one caught in daylight. I think it was over Gloucestershire in England, but you could see that it had a clear exhaust plume, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that was clearly man-made. So there is man-made triangles. There's no doubt about that. But I think what this guy is talking about is something, you know, completely different, and that's the case in a lot of the triangle cases. I think there's ours and there's theirs.
I just
It
don't
makes it quite
understand why
difficult.
it would tumble though.
Yeah, exactly. You keep going, and we'll just see the way it behaved. It just wasn't normal.
The area inside the triangle was solid black, much darker than the surrounding night sky of dark blue. As it traveled over stars, they would blink out for a moment, and then blink back on again as it moved past. Much like the phenomena during the Phoenix lights. As it grew larger, it eventually devoured entire fields of stars. We watched as the triangle continued a steady trek toward our campsite. Incredibly, it continued to grow exponentially as it approached us. Oddly, we felt no fear. Soon our excitement ebbed. Our mood bordered on disinterest. I was wrestling with these conflicted emotions, but soon just relaxed. About the time it reached the highest point in the sky, I noticed all fear had left me. In its place was a warm sensation of calm bordering on sedation. It washed over me in waves and increased in intensity as the object drew closer. I asked my friend, "Hey Toby, are you scared?" It was a minute or two before he replied, "Ugga. Man, I'm not scared. Are you scared?" I muttered, "Nope. I wonder what will happen if I try to signal it." Now it was over our heads and it was enormous. It was as if someone had cut a perfect triangle from a sky filled with a billion stars. Left was a void of darkness that ate up a fourth of the night sky. My disinterest in the thing puzzled me, and it baffles me to this day. My friend was equally indifferent. Hardly a word was spoken between us. The crickets and tree frogs had not returned, but I no longer felt unnerved by their silence or the stillness in the forest. Picking up a flashlight, Toby said, I wonder what will happen if I try to signal it. I was too slow to snatch it from his hand. Holding it over his head, he flashed it 3 times. We
Oh,
waited
dear.
to see if anything would happen. We didn't have long to wait. From the center of this thing came a beacon of light about the diameter of a softball.
Flashing the
It came
demons.
down as if someone had flipped a switch. The light was centered on our campfire, not much more than embers by now. The beam of light was almost solid, like a high-power searchlight cutting through dense fog. But there was no fog. Just a visible column of white light. We became more like casual observers. I was curious, but at the same time I felt detached. As quickly as it had appeared, the white light switched off. In its place came a laser-like beam of blue or violet light no broader than a pencil. It darted quickly and danced about the campsite as if scanning the area, scanning us. The beam struck my chest and head, but I felt nothing.
That sounds like Corey's.
I recall it
thing.
struck Toby as well as it continued to flit around the campsite for a few minutes before unexpectedly switching off. We sat in silence for a time while this enormous thing was motionless over our heads. The silence was such that I was aware of my breathing and heartbeat. After 15 minutes, Toby broke the silence. He calmly announced, "Show's over," or words to that effect. In unison, we dragged our air mattresses behind us and crawled into our tent. I dropped my air mattress and fell on top of it fully dressed. I didn't bother to remove my boots. As I rolled over on my back, I recall Toby was already snoring softly. My last thought was he'd been mistaken. The crickets and tree frogs did not return. This wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis. But it would soon become a nightmare. How credible do you find the claims presented in this material?
I think got to the end there, is it? I must have got to the end. You still there, or we dropped off?
No, I'm still here, of course.
Okay, we got to the end. I was just looking at the ship drawing. You can see it's got a row of lights at the top here, with people in the windows, and I'm not sure what this is.
Well,
here.
no, they didn't say they seen people.
Well, the drawing's got people in it. Up the top here, see? Right at the top.
So they seem to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the panel here is. It doesn't say what the panel is. Ventilation, maybe? Or other windows? Underside, light source, but not on the corners. Where's the corner lights? So interesting. If that was tumbling in the sky, makes you wonder if all those people went upside down inside of it then. Yeah, so that's that page done with. I suppose there's a lot more links to go.
Yeah, this happened this wasn't the first time. He claims to have been taken, by the way. I'm just waiting for this tab to load now on my end.
What's the exact location that they saw it? Was it
Devil's Den, Kansas.
Is it actually called Devil's Den, is it?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find it.
You won't find it, Paul. Don't waste time on it, please. It's not important, you know. And I think I've got a map coming up somewhere anyway.
All right.
You can actually find it on Google Images, by the way. But it doesn't matter. Let's move on to this now, because it wasn't the first or the last time he was abducted. Well, sorry, it was the first time, but it wasn't the last time.
Visitor Center. Where did that take us? Moved off in a funny direction there. Devil's Den State.
Okay, I just need to go to the toilet while you sort that.
Oh no, we have to get the alien up. Okay, let's get the link. He's having a de-energize. I don't know if that still works. So Robert's currently Missing the toilet bowl. Alright, what's going on here? Something on that web page. It'll catch up in a minute. CPU easing off. Yeah, Susan hasn't seen it. Yeah. That's how aliens release. No, he's back. I'll be back. I hope you flushed. Yeah. CPU coming good. Okay, what's this page up to here?
Yeah, this is about the app on his mobile phone.
Perhaps the first time in history. Okay, start there, I suppose. Well, it's got a lot of images on here. I'm not sure how well this page is going to go. I'll try it down to the continue reading it's got here too.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about that.
Well, I'm not sure how it's going to go, but let's see.
Yeah.
For perhaps the first time in history, a man claims he has electronic data proof that he has been abducted by a UFO. He was taken from his bed in Dallas, Texas, while his iPhone was in his pocket. And his cell phone health activity app records that he had been transported 60 feet above his house in less than a minute. Former Assistant Attorney General Terry Lovelace is known in. By David Haith, the UFO Chronicles, February 11,
Ooh.
20 UFO Circles for Writing Incident at Devil's Den, a book which records an event in 1977 in which, while serving in the U.S. Air Force, he and a friend suffered serious burns and decades of trauma after they were abducted aboard a huge triangular craft while on a camping trip in Arkansas. But it was only a few days ago, in an internet interview by Dean Caparella for the Alien Live Revealed Summit, that Terry revealed this second recent abduction and showed Dean and viewers the phone evidence. In the interview, Terry said, "I was taken on April 16, 2019, and I actually have empirical evidence to prove it." He explained that he
Pretty
sleeps with
recent,
his
eh?
cell phone in a top pocket of his
Yeah.
T-shirt and listens to orchestral music. He said, "I plug in my earbuds and the charger and stick the whole thing in my pocket. I don't move around a lot in my sleep, lie on my back, listen to the music and sleep all night." He went on April 16th I got up at 5:55 a.m. completely exhausted and out of breath, thought I was having a heart attack, and called an ambulance. At hospital he was given x-rays and an EEG, which showed he hadn't had a heart attack, and all was fine. When Terry got home he felt well enough to walk a little bit as he tries to take a 2-mile walk every day. He explained that his activity phone app records how many steps he takes, but also stairs. And if I climb 6 flights of stairs for instance, it will show a stair-step app, because the bottom line impacts the time, where the vertical index represents distance. It showed one line. It showed a vertical line going straight up between 5:23 and 5:24 a.m.
It needs to
According to the
snapshot
phone,
picture.
I climbed 6 flights of stairs in less than 1 minute. I took it to the T-Mobile phone store. I asked the guy, "What does this mean?" He was told, "The mobile says you were 60 feet above the house at 5:24 a.m. Terry told interviewer Dean, "My house has no stairs." According to Dean Caparella's Alien Live Revealed webpage, Terry Lovelace served on active duty in the United States Air Force from 1973 to 1979. Trained as a medic and EMT, the bulk of his enlistment was spent as a first responder at the emergency room of Whiteman Air Force Base Hospital. After military service, he completed a bachelor's degree in psychology, cum laude, from Park University. He earned a Juris Doctor from Western Michigan and was admitted to the bar the same year. In addition to serving as a felony prosecutor, he was keenly interested in healthcare law. He's a member of the American College of Healthcare Executives and was certified as a healthcare risk manager. While an assistant attorney general for the U.S. Territory of American Samoa, he served as general counsel for LBJ Tropical Medical Center. He finished his legal career as state's attorney for Vermont's Board of Medical Practice in 2012 and lives in Dallas with his wife of 45 years. Report your UFO experience.
Put T in, is it? That's it.
Yeah. So what do you think of that data then?
Well, I'm not too sure if the app
It
had
could
any
be
errors in it.
It could be fake, couldn't it? I suppose you could send the damn thing up on a balloon and then pull it back down, couldn't you? I'm not saying that's what happened, but I don't see it as empirical evidence myself.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how smartphone.
It goes together with the rest of his story.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how the smartphone registers altitude, whether it uses GPS. I can't see how the GPS would work. So it must be like a gravity meter on it. We'd have to look the technicalness up on sensors to see how it
don't
works.
bother doing that now. We'll just lose all track of the
Yeah, no, I won't do it now. But yeah, if it's true, which it might be, he was beamed aboard a ship, obviously, sucked up.
I'll skip.
Hey, what's that?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
You're playing a video. So you got another link for us, have you?
Yeah.
What does the side people think of the story so far? Incredible? Interesting?
Well, I tell you what, I spent most of the week trying to find anybody that had countered his claim, you know. There's nothing out there. Paul, you're making an awful lot of noise there, you know. You sound like Darth Vader.
Oh, sorry about that. I got an itchy ear, so I had to scratch it.
Move the mic a little bit away from your mouth.
I think it's because I had the earpiece pulled away.
Yeah, it's picking up your breathing.
Can you still hear? But my nose is all blocked, so I'm having to breathe through the mouth.
Okay.
I guess maybe you can hear it, but not everybody else can. I don't know.
Okay, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've left another link there. If you can play this from 21 minutes, thereabouts, where he gets into his story. And this isn't a TV show. There's no music. It's just a small YouTube channel. So I think you can play this quite safely.
Oh, yeah. We'll see, I guess. Alright. Always adds that on the front, stupid. That's so annoying. I think the key point there is how fast he was lifted to the 60, what was it, 60 feet?
Yeah.
What was the time on that? I forgot to look. 30 seconds?
1 minute.
1 minute.
I thought it was 1 minute.
That's not particularly fast, is it?
No.
It's not like a few seconds, bang. It's a slowly lift up through a beam, if anything. You'd think someone would spot that. So, episode... Who's this guy? Another thing...
been available for them to see.
Another thing is, it's called Devil's Den, and they're flashing the torch 3 times, I noticed he said, to get the attention off the triangle. You know, 3 times is like the defying the Trinity, you know, mocking the Trinity, as they call it, the religious aspect of it, or the three scratches on the back and all that sort of stuff, and the paranormal field. This sort of fits in, you know, as soon as you do three flashes, then you get a beam of blue light coming down. Which is interesting because Corey talked about the blue beam hitting him from the alien creature, which paralyzed him, I think he said. So if you haven't listened to the midweek alien experience story that I did with Corey from Australia, South Australia, go and have a listen to it after the show. It's really good. So let's see if it plays.
Yeah, we need to go from 21 minutes.
Okay, I haven't got it unmuted yet. I'll just see if it skims through first. Can't hear anything. Is it just the same static picture, is it?
Well, you've got it muted.
Grass that was a little bit less than neat.
I know, but it's a static image, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, which is what we want.
Oh, well, it doesn't mean that the sound is safe. 21 minutes, you reckon?
Just before dusk, just before the sun went down. And built a fire, and, you know, we did all the fun things that you do when you go camping. And I recall, you know, telling my friend, I said, you know, I could see why people like this. This is pleasant. And, you know, he couldn't help but gloat and say, yeah, I told you, I told you that it'd be cool. And we really had a kind of a pleasant evening. And we were talking, and there came a lull in our conversation. And Charles, this sounds cliche, I know. This sounds like, you know, right out of a movie or something, but I'm not making this up. I'm totally truthful and totally serious. And that was that the night sounds of the forest stopped. It went completely quiet. And it unnerved me. Just, you know, a few minutes earlier, while we were talking, we had to raise our voice so we could hear one another. We were seated maybe 10 feet away on inflatable air mattresses, just kind of kicked back by the fire. And it went dead silent. And not only did it go quiet, even the breeze that we had enjoyed earlier was gone. Mm-hmm. It was still. And that stillness genuinely unnerved me. And I asked my friend, you know, like he's going to know, you know, I asked him, I said, is this normal, man? It's quiet out here. And he's like, you know, he blew it off and said, oh, yeah, man, you know, we've been making a lot of noise. The crickets, the tree frogs, all that stuff, it'll come back. Just wait, you know, it'll come back. But I wasn't, you know, had I been by myself, I'd have packed up my car and gone home, be honest with you. I was that unnerved by the thing. But we kicked back and we're talking, and I'm just trying to get back into the zone of relaxed and comfortable. And my friend had turned his head to the left, and he asked me, he said, Terry, were those lights there before? And I had to lean back. I'm looking over his shoulder to the left, my left, his left. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And sure enough, on the horizon, and we're in a very remote area. I mean, we are, you know, miles away from anything. And on the horizon, there sat three little stars in a tight triangle, and they sat just above the horizon. And they were too far off the ground to have been lights from a, you know, a parking lot, a train, anything like that. And they were obviously in the air, and we knew no aircraft that had that kind of light configuration because, like I say, it was a tight little perfect triangle.
Yeah.
Each point of light was about as luminescent as the North Star, so it was pretty bright. And this was a cloudless night, absolutely cloudless and beautiful with a trillion stars outside. It was just a gorgeous night. And we're watching this thing and we're debating, you know, well, what is it? and we're talking back and forth, and then it rotates. It finally moved, and it rotated like it were on an axis. It made about a 3/4 turn, and then stopped, and then started an ascent into the sky. And it climbed straight up with the apex of the triangle pointing up.
Mm-hmm.
And the higher it got, the faster it moved. And we could see from the starlight that made the sky blue, we could see that inside these 3 points of light, it was jet black. So we knew that this was one solid object and not three objects, moving in unison.
Yeah.
And this thing tumbled, and it would do turns and somersaults where the 1 point of light at the apex would go up and then turn around, and then we'd see 3 lights, 2 lights, and then it would change position with the apex pointed down. It was tumbling. And I don't know where it came from, but I had the distinct impression that this thing was moving with purpose. It wasn't just tumbling. It was doing something. It was
Weird.
intent. It was moving with purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe its engine
it reached
turned
a high.
off.
It reached a ceiling. I don't know how high, but pretty high up in the air, and then began a descent. And as it came down, it became very clear that this thing was headed in our direction. And it's that time that, I had that period of time where I felt totally unnerved and concerned about this thing, to kind of excited about it. And as it began descending and headed toward our campsite, I felt this feeling of calm wash over me. I wouldn't call it apathy, but it was kind of a disinterest. It was weird. I felt more like an observer than a participant in this whole thing. And my friend must have been in the same frame of mind, and he admitted so afterward. Because, there's hardly a word spoken between us. We're just just there watching this thing play out. And that feeling of sedation swept over me in waves.
Yeah, that's a strange psychological response, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you had that going on,
they should have been panicking.
not really. I don't know. It's like watching a movie,
No,
you're watching a scene
I'd
and taking it in, and you're thinking, "Oh, what is it?" If you're not going to be scared if you don't know what it is. You might, the first thing you think is some military.
No, Paul, that's not a natural human reaction. If you don't understand, as a human, if you don't understand something, then it rings alarm bells.
Yeah, but
listen, I've been in that situation where I've seen something that I couldn't put in its proper place because it just didn't fit in anything conventional. But there was a fear factor, absolutely no question.
Yeah, but that wasn't straight away, though. That was after probably 5 minutes, wasn't it? Looking at this thing, trying to wonder what it is.
Yeah, but what he's actually trying to say is he shouldn't have felt like that. He knows he shouldn't have felt like that.
Yeah.
He also says that he didn't even think about taking a picture. There was so much in the trance. And he had good camera equipment available as well. That was the whole purpose of the camping trip.
Yeah, but if I saw that, I'd probably want to take it all in too and not look at my smartphone to find the camera app, just to look upwards and find it's gone. And you think, damn it, Yeah. Makes you wonder if you need to set up like trail cameras around your campsite, just in case a UFO comes along.
Yeah, but they never came for that, did they? You know what I mean? They came to photograph wildlife. This is probably the last thing they were expecting. Anyway, roll it on.
Renee, what's Renee up to? What have we got there? Got some head. What?
And it was kind of a pleasant sensation. It felt like almost like you received medication before surgery or something that makes you kind of calm and in a twilight state. And that's kind of what this was like. And I was keenly interested in watching the thing and had no fear whatsoever. All the fear had left me.
No fear.
This thing dropped down low, and we watched it from our vantage point. We were at an elevated point, and we could see the forest below us for a great distance. And the starlight was so bright, we saw this triangular shaped shadow move across the floor of the forest, actually the top of the forest, as it headed in our direction. And it was definitely headed toward us. And I think, there was no conversation anymore. The only conversation I remember was my friend saying, it's really moving now, or something to that effect. And I think I replied, yeah, it's coming our way. But that was it. Our response to this thing was totally inappropriate. And in retrospect, over the years, I really believe that we were under some kind of control by this thing. Mm-hmm. Our emotions, at least, were controlled. It was, our response was definitely out of character. And while we watched, this thing descended, and it was enormous. It was, I describe it as being a city block in length. Yeah. On each leg of the triangle, with lights on the tips of on the point, on all 3 points, and it was deep. It wasn't thin. It was deep. It was like 5 stories tall. So as it came to a halt at about 3,000 feet over our heads, the enormity of this thing was just. It should have been overwhelming, but it wasn't.
Crash,
it was just there, and it had stopped, and all was still quiet. And from directly underneath this thing, there came a beam of light, and it was a visible beam of light, about the diameter of a softball, and it had that quality to it that makes it. Like a high-power searchlight that cuts through fog. Mm-hmm. You see a visible column of light. That's what this was like. But there was no fog. It was just the visible white light. And it came down from the center of the ship, again, about 3,000 feet over our heads. And just like someone flipped a switch, and it landed square in the middle of our campfire. And we looked at it, and we looked at one another. But again, there was no excitement. There was a little bit of interest, but not even a great deal of that. And we watched this thing, and it only stayed for about a minute. And then it, as quickly as it appeared, it turned off. And immediately, in its stead, there came a laser like light. Now, lasers were kind of a new concept in 1977. I'd seen them on TV, but I'd never seen a laser beam in real life. Yeah. And this laser beam came down, and what it would do is it would land on our campsite and stay in one spot for maybe 1/10 of a second, and then turn off in a millisecond, reappear in another location. And it did this, as I said, about 10 times a second. So it gave the illusion that this light was just dancing all over our campsite. And I remember thinking, this thing's scanning us. I don't know where that came from, but maybe it was obvious. I don't know. But I remember thinking, yeah, it's checking us out. And that light struck me in the chest a couple times. I didn't feel anything. It struck my car, the tent, the campsite. And that stayed for about 3 minutes until it had totally scanned everything there was, I guess, to scan.
3D scanner.
And then as abruptly as the other one turned off, this just switched off. And we sat there in this dead silence. And I remember thinking that my buddy was wrong, that the crickets, the tree frogs, the sounds of the night did not come back. The only thing we could hear was, maybe a crackle from the fire now and then. And even that, we had enjoyed a nice breeze earlier, and the breeze was gone. And the stillness had returned. But by this
Do you
time,
want to pause it there?
I was under some type of control or sedation.
Yeah, so what he's describing there is, I think it was Jenny Randalls, the UK UFO researcher, that coined this as the Oz effect. And it's that kind of feeling where, going back to that old movie now, we're not in Kansas anymore. Yeah, that must be, everything's gone quiet.
Yeah.
We're not even talking.
Yeah.
They're just viewing something. It's like a glimpse into another reality, isn't it? I think that's the best way of describing it. And it's disturbing at the same time, especially the consequences of what he's seen.
Yeah. We don't know if there's
certainly,
any.
Certainly didn't end here.
Yeah. We don't know if the air changed, like it was ionized like a thunderstorm, because he hasn't mentioned that. Maybe.
I have no idea what causes that effect. I think we're all guessing at that one, Paul.
Yeah, just normally insects come back though. Yeah.
And then you've got the opposite side of the spectrum where animals go berserk. Now, in the case in Wales, when I was reading about this afternoon, the animals were really disconcerted that they wanted to sleep in the bed with their owners rather than the usual place, for an entire lifetime after the event.
Susan's used to animals sleeping with her, though.
Yeah, well, sure, that's neither here nor there, but my dog sleeps with me when he feels like it, when he's in a good mood. But yeah, it's a strange one, but there's no doubt that the animals, I don't know whether evolutionary path, they have a higher perception than what we do to the paranormal or the unusual. I don't know. They seem to pick up on it before we do.
Yes, I guess.
A good indicator of something being a little bit wrong. Anyway, you want to carry on with story, Paul? We don't want to disturb it too much.
Fireworks, huh? 4th of July celebration still going. That's probably scaring your dogs, Susan. Like the thunderstorms.
Because I wasn't afraid. I was just an observer. And after about 15 minutes, my friend stood up and said, "Well, I guess show's over." And he dragged his air mattress and headed for the tent. And I felt, sleepy, absolutely sedated sleepy. Now, I'm 22 years old. I'm used to working a night shift. I'm used to staying up all night. I should not have been sleepy. Tired maybe, but absolutely not sleepy. And I followed my friend, and I threw my air mattress in the tent after he did. And I didn't bother to remove my boots. That would be an important point later. I didn't bother to undress in any way. I just fell on this air mattress. And my friend was already snoring softly. And I fell face down, and I was out. I was just out.
You're listening to the Weird Tales radio show with...
No, we don't let on there. Does it carry on?
Yeah, you need to skip the ads.
Yeah, where'd they start?
Just move it on till they've gone.
And I noticed that my boots are undone. Just just did not have been sleepy. Illness had returned to scan. And what it would do is it appeared it turned off. And immediately, in its stead, there came a laser like light. Now, lasers were kind of a new concept in 1977. I'd seen them on TV, but I'd never the tent, the campsite. And that stayed for about 3 minutes until it had totally scanned everything there was, I guess, to scan. And then as abruptly as the other one turned off, this just switched off. And we sat there in this dead silence. And I remember thinking that my buddy was wrong, that the crickets, the tree frogs, the sounds of the night did not come back. The only thing we could hear was, maybe a crackle from the fire now and then. And even that, we had enjoyed a nice breeze earlier, and the breeze was gone. And I followed my friend, and I threw my air mattress in the tent after he did. And I didn't bother to remove my boots. That would be an important point later. Mm-hmm. I didn't bother to undress in any way. I just fell on this air mattress. And my friend was already snoring softly. And I fell face down, and I was out. I was just out.
You're listening.
We're on sideways.
And
one of the things they teach you in the military is to take good care of your feet.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
So I would never have done that. And like I say, I'm certain that when I went to bed, when I fell on that air mattress inside the tent and went to sleep, my boots were on and laced up to the top. And now here they're unlaced. And I had to take a moment and, correct that and lace my boots up. And when I did, from my peripheral vision, in the flashes of light, I could see that my friend Toby is on his knees, and he's peering outside this flap of the tent, looking at something. And in one of these particularly bright flashes of light, I could see the right side of his face, and there were tracks of tears down his face.
Sure, I could hear a cat.
And it showed up. The tear mark showed up. He's black. I'm white, and I could see on his skin these tear tracks were very visible when the white light flashed, and that scared me. At that moment, all of that feeling of calm and sedation left me, and I was just scared. And I couldn't understand what on earth could move this man to cry. Do you want to pause there, Paul? I'm thinking, I'm still.
Yep.
Okay, so I would suggest at this point they were sedated. And then once that had worn off, or it was switched off, in some sense, then the fear, how they should have responded in the first place, is clicked in, and it's overwhelming. Just what I'm suggesting, that's all. Make your own mind up. Okay, carry on, Paul. Just need to go to the toilet.
I'm so confused with these lights, and I'm thinking, could these lights be like the overhead lights of a park ranger's truck or something? What's causing this light? And then I could hear a low droning sound, like a mechanical sound, a sound that's like if you ever stood next to a big piece of industrial machinery. The sound is not so much loud as it is powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and that's what I heard. Yeah. And I thought, a park ranger running a generator in a truck, that doesn't make any sense. And I got to my knees, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we're camping. That's right. And I'm trying to claw my way out of this fog. And as I said, I'm already afraid, having seen my friend in tears. And I spoke up and I asked him, I'm like, Toby, what is it? What's out there, Toby? What is it park rangers? What are you looking at? What's out there? And he turned to me and put his fingers across his lips, kind of in the universal sign to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm curious, and I got to my knees, and I noticed that I hurt. I hurt all over. And when I got to my knees, I pulled back the flap of my tent on the right side, and I could see in this meadow, I saw two things, and that is this craft the size of a medical building that was hanging over our heads at 3,000 feet when we went to bed had descended, and it's now just about 30 feet over our heads. And it is, the enormity of it really sank home. When it went from 3,000 feet to just 30 feet, you could see that it was just an intimidatingly large structure. It was just enormous. And the second thing I noticed was walking around in this field, I saw 12 or 15 what I first took to be children. And I asked my friend, I said, Toby, man, what are these kids doing out here? We're in a remote area in the middle of the night. Why are these kids out here? And he said, Terry, man, those ain't no little kids. They took us and they hurt us. Don't you remember? And when he said that, I had flashes of memory of being inside this thing. Now, understand, I've never had a clear linear memory of what happened over those 4 hours. I only have bits and pieces. But the bits and pieces I have are terrifying, and they've been the subject of my nightmares for 40 years. And we watch these things, and, when he said they're not human beings, I looked closer and I could see that they had heads that were disproportionately large to their body, thin torso, thin limbs, disproportionately long, and they walk with a really distinctive gait. They walk like their feet were sore.
Could be tool grays, I suppose.
And they were all paired up in twos and threes, maybe 15 of them total. And they were just meandering around this meadow, just like they were tourists or something. They didn't appear to be conversing with one another, but their heads were turning, and they were just kind of checking things out.
Future Japanese.
And after about, I don't know the passage of time, but I'd say, half an hour or less of watching these guys and hoping that they wouldn't come in our direction, from underneath this craft, there came a light. And it was that same quality of light, that visible white light that we saw that landed in our campfire. Only this was a wide column of light. It was about 30 feet wide. It was about as wide as this thing was high off the ground. And it was a column. It was round. And these little guys would meander in pairs and threes into this light. And when they did, they just dissolved. They just dissolved in.
What do you think? It's always twos and threes with aliens. Safety in numbers. Or could they be robotic, bio-robotics?
I think it's more likely to be an artificial life form,
It could be like a queen actually in the spaceship, like a mantis, and it's sort of mentally connected to these robots where it's going out and investigating things, and it's in control, like a hive, you see. Because they're
that's
insects,
a bit too
right?
much speculation for me, to be honest.
Remember, they're part insect, part humanoid. It would make sense that they would have like a beehive mentality or ant mentality, where there's a queen and they're doing their business like this. They've got no emotions. They just go in there to collect information and bring it back. But yeah, he said they hadn't they weren't interacting with each other. Which is quite strange.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a hive mentality, doesn't it?
They almost sound like drones, actual drones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
like they were programmed to do a job, and anything outside of that job doesn't exist.
Yeah. Like if
Almost
they're
like the bog.
Yeah, like if they're programmed to go and explore the woods and collect all the stuff around the woods, or go and abduct someone. That's the main goal, is to seduce them or put them under or whatever, and then bring them back. But yeah, I suppose we'll carry on. It's a good interview. Weird Tales radio show.
Into nothing.
Yeah.
And we watched them. And they took their time. They, weren't in any hurry, but they would walk over and meander into this light and just dissolve. At this point, we're both terrified, and my friend is hyperventilating, and I'm telling him, Toby, man, you got to get control of your breathing. You're hyperventilating. And eventually he did. But I can't stress how terrified we were. And after the last two of these little guys disappeared, the lights shut off. And then that droning mechanical noise that we'd heard, which we'd heard
oh, God.
for some time, you kind of get used to the sound, and then it was quiet again.
Mm-hmm.
And the lights shut off, and the lights on the points of each triangle, each point of the triangle, changed in color. They had been yellow, green, and white, and now they switched to all white.
Mm.
And the thing took off, and we watched it take off. And it didn't take off like a rocket. It took off like a hot air balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It just lifted straight up and made a turn and continued to rise. And we flipped over onto our backs and watched it, go from 3 points of light to a single point of light till it was gone. And it was still deathly quiet. The noises of the forest had not returned. And we sat there, I think we were just paralyzed with fear.
I think this has got to be the best
we sat
triangle
there for
story.
30 minutes. And finally, my friend spoke up and said, "We got to get out of here."
Mm-hmm.
And,
Too late.
it was only a piece of canvas over my head.
Yeah.
That's all, just this piece of canvas. But I didn't want to leave that tent.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I had cover. I felt to leave that tent, I'd be vulnerable. And, to this day, I do not like to be alone or with another person in an open space. If I, rather than cut across an open field, to get somewhere, I'll walk, a mile out of my way to go around the periphery so that I'm not in the open and exposed. That was something new, and that's still with me today. That this experience changed a couple of things in my life. Obviously, I had the nightmares that I talk about,
Mm-hmm.
and those are still there. They're come back on occasion, and but they're horrific in that when one of these nightmares start, I can't wake myself up. It seems like the thing has to play out, and then I'll wake up. And I was bothered about a year after the event. I became bothered with what I called intrusive thoughts, and that is, I would be, doing something, reading a book, I would be at work and thinking about something else, and then without warning, I'd have flashes and bits and pieces, memory of being inside this craft.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out later, I was tested in the late 1980s and diagnosed with PTSD, quote, etiology unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I took the test and
Yeah, that's very common, PTSD.
Yeah, so PTSD and origin unknown. That's basically what he's saying there. Etiology unknown. Wasn't from his army days. It's from an unknown source. Well, I think we kind of know what's caused it, don't we? But conventional science isn't going to look at that, is it? You're on your own, Jack, and which is such a shame. And you know, you go looking for help in this field, you end up with some charlatan, you know, puts you under regression and could make things a whole lot worse by maybe asking leading questions and what have you, you know. But this guy at least seems to come through it, but not everyone does as well.
Yeah, it'd be good to get him on camera so you can watch his body language as he's telling the story, though.
Well, no, I've actually been looking at it all week, and there's nothing wrong with his body language, Paul. I can tell you that. And he didn't really need the money to write the book. And if you listen to what Tracy Dolan was saying yesterday, there's no money in UFO books. It's the actual public speaking. That's what makes you money. But you've got to do that too, and then you've got to be doing one every couple of weeks, something like that, getting invited there and everywhere. The book side of it, there's 1,000,001 UFO books. There's not much money in that. And he was never Tevye Lovelace was never on the tour, so to speak. He done a couple, but not too many. So I think he had more to lose than he had to gain from coming out with the story, you know.
Yeah. Guess what? I've got my snacks and egg now. It's come early. So I'm
Jesus, Paul.
Gotta be munching on that.
Yeah, well, you sound. We'll get your flaming microwave because you sound like Darth Vader with asthma, with COVID.
Oh, thank
without
you.
you stuffing burgers down yourself.
Yeah. Oh well, we can
just
carry
play the
on.
rest of this and mute the damn thing.
No, I can't do that. I'll probably screw up.
And the test showed PTSD, but I wasn't about to tell anybody what I saw because I was afraid they'd label me as delusional. You know?
Yeah.
So another odd thing before I get into the inside of the ship, and that is that both of our watches quit running. We both wore wind-up watches. In 1977, there were no quartz watches, watches, and both of our watches had stopped right at about 240. And my watch was relatively new, and it was a fairly expensive watch. I wish I'd kept it. I was told later by a watch salesman where I had to replace it that he said, well, have you been around a large piece of machinery? He says, a large magnetic force can cause the watches to stop. And, I had, for about a year after this event, I had trouble wearing a watch. I could wear one for about maybe 60 days and it would stop. Now that eventually faded and I was able to wear a mechanical watch again. But there were some after effects from this. I think I talk in the book about going Christmas shopping with my wife one year. I think it was 1987. And we were in a mall, in a crowded mall at Christmas time. And there was a storefront window that had naked mannequins from the head up, from the waist up.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to be some type of women's clothing store, and they were just setting the thing up.
Yeah.
And I walk past it from my peripheral vision. I saw these things, and I turned and I looked at those mannequins. And the sight of the mannequins, for some reason, threw me into a panic attack. And I had to leave. I had tracked my wife down, and I said, "We got to go. I got to get out of here." And that was the sight of those still make me uneasy to this day. So I guess I was going to explain the few memories that I have, because like I say, I've never had a clear linear memory, but I have bits and pieces. And when my friend made the comment about the little guys not being human beings, that brought back flashes of memory. And I recall, and I can tell you what I recall about being inside the ship. And it's been the repeated subject of my nightmares for years. And that was that I recall that we were in the ship together, and we were frozen. We couldn't move. We were paralyzed. And we were in a standing position, and they had stripped us. And I had all of my clothing, my boots were were held in my arms. And I couldn't move anything except my eyes. So my eyes are darting all over, and I'm trying to take in this place where I'm at. Now, I don't know if they took us inside the ship and took us somewhere else, because the inside of the ship was many times larger than the exterior would lead you to believe. Mm-hmm. It was enormous. It was well, it looked like maybe a medical building from the outside. On the inside, it looked like a massive stadium. Mm-hmm. And that made no sense. So I'm not for certain that that's where we were, but we were someplace. And we were standing on a big open atrium, and there were different levels of walkways all around us, and there was a lot of activity. I saw a golf cart-like thing without wheels moving, and there were the little gray guys, like you see. They're ubiquitous. The little gray aliens, like 2.5 feet tall, and I have a theory about them that I'll share with you. And after watching them for a while, I'm left with the impression that they were not living sentient beings like you and I. I think they are. I think they're manufactured. I really do. At least the ones that I saw.
Robert.
And there may be, dozens of different varieties. I don't know, but the ones that we saw, I think were more robotic in nature. Maybe some type of artificial intelligence, quantum mechanic, nanotechnology. Who knows? Some kind of biological material. Like I say, they were definitely alive, but not sentient in the way that you and I are, self-aware. They were just purpose-driven, and they were running all over the place. And the inside of the ship was incredibly bright.
That concludes the first part of...
Was there more to come? Is there a second part, Robert?
Yes, there is. I'll get it for you now. I'm glad you stopped it there, though, because that's quite interesting what he said. Now, going back to Causey's story now, the Australian lad, which was in midweek, that's well worth listening if you haven't heard it. He said that they told him telepathically, "You are a sentient threat." Mm-hmm. Wow. That's a hell of a statement.
What does that mean to people that don't know?
Well, sentience is intelligence.
I thought it was a bit more like feelings and emotions.
No, you just got to look up the it's not just that.
Self-aware.
Yes, absolutely conscious. And the big T word, I don't know where that comes from, but we are quite a rare species when you come to think about it. We murder, we pillage, we do all kinds of things that go against humanity, really. Now, the only other species that I can think of on the planet that have a similar nature are chimpanzees. They're quite capable of and we evolved from them, Paul.
That may not be true.
Anyway. Listen, Paul, it is true. I can tell you that now. I've looked into it. The chimpanzees will kill for no reason. just like humans will.
That was on 2001, wasn't it? Space
I don't know about
Odyssey.
that. I mean, I have seen it, yeah, but I can't remember that bit. I thought that was the bit with Hal, wasn't it?
No, at the very intro, that the chimpanzees pick up a jawbone and then crash it down into some other one, killing the other ape or whatever it was. But there was some theory now that they think we're not actually from the chimpanzee line, but we're actually on a separate, very closely matched line. From what I heard recently from
And
some
Miss Major,
new research.
Mm-hmm.
The tree's not complete yet. But you have a look at humans worldwide, right? and you got the flat noses of the Africans, and when you look at gorillas, they have that same sort of nose structure. And when you go to Asia or Indonesia, they've got those little tiny monkeys. I can't remember what they're called. That's bathe in the water and stuff. And they've got that very flat faces, but more flat faces than the gorilla, because the gorilla's actually quite a large head on it and scary looking like King Kong. But if you look at these other Asian monkeys, they've got the ginger fur and stuff rather than the black fur of the gorillas. And they do look like Asian, family tree there. You can see how these different apes evolved in their different environments because of the conditions. So, I think maybe we're not all related to the same tree, even, that we may be like separate arms of variations in the monkey tree, so to speak, or the ape tree, if you want to call it. But yeah, it'd be interesting if they ever work that out. But first of all, they've got to work out DNA and break it right down to individual genes, and I don't think they're even close to doing that, like eye color and whether you got 4 toes or 5 toes or all that sort of stuff. So yeah, science has got a long way to go still. But I reckon eventually they'll probably get like Jurassic Park, they'll probably get a living mammoth or something like that going first as the experiment.
Yeah, well, let's not lose too much trace of this story now. I've left a link there, Paul. I don't know if you can see it now.
All right.
And if you can skip past...
link. Let me just find it.
Yeah, if you can skip past the introduction.
Why is it not going up? Charles Robert. Why can't I get to the link?
Do you want me to leave it again?
Yeah, I think so. I can't seem to scroll up, it keeps going too fast.
Okay, guys, don't comment for 1 second, please. Until Paul's got this.
Yeah, it's got to put that thing on the front, is it? Studio. So where's it begin? We'll get past the music.
I'd skip 5 minutes at least.
Let me just have a look.
It's from goldfish, I know.
Goldfish.
Skip.
Yeah, it takes a wee while. You can see we've got the spinning thing.
or, better still, you can pour over your food and use as
Fertilizer.
Skip again.
Substitute words and guys that make it more funny.
Stores next to them.
There we go. There we go.
And there were lots of these little gray guys running all over the place. Everything was stainless steel or white, and I could see no light source. I couldn't see lights. Light just seems to be emitted from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, everywhere.
It sounds like the Linda Moulton Hell thing.
While we're watching, while I'm watching, I'm looking around, and I saw a different being that stood out. He was about 6 foot tall, twice as tall as the gray guys.
Mm-hmm.
And his complexion was not gray at all. It was pinkish white.
A tall white.
He carried himself with an air of authority. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it.
That sounds a bit
but
like
it was
Corey's
clear
one
that this
too.
guy was in control.
Except for they're 8 feet.
So I'm straining my eyes to the left, and he just by happenstance turns his head, and we locked eyes. And in that millisecond, this guy was in my head. And this was truly the most terrifying part of my experience inside this ship, was having this thing in my head. And it was, I knew he was there. And, he knew me, he knew my wife, he knew my plans, my secrets, he knew everything about me.
Damn.
And radiating back from those eyes, there was nothing but just intellect. I mean, just, I use this example a lot because I think it's appropriate. I've got a dog and a cat, and my dog will come over and put his head in my lap, and I'll scratch him behind the ears, and my dog knows that his role. He knows I'm the alpha, and
yeah, man.
He knows his role is subservient to mine. And that's how I felt. I felt in this equation, I felt like I was the dog.
Yeah.
This thing was just intimidating. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way I can explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And the next memory, they're not like I say, they're not linear. They're just bits and pieces here and there, but we were standing there, and I noticed there were other human beings to our right that were the same. They were all nude, all holding their clothing in their hands, but these were a mixed bag of men, women, and children, and they were lined up in neat rows. And my guesstimate is, because I couldn't see the full depth of their columns, that there were probably maybe 20 people there.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that sounds like they were given a date rape drug where you can tell people to do things and they don't remember how they got there, and it starts to wear off.
Yeah.
They probably they gave them the drug, right, and then they can give them instructions like take off your clothes, stand in rows, men at the front, females at the side, or whatever. And that's how it sounds to me, like he's telling the story there.
Yeah, sure. There's a little bit more to it than that. I don't think they're obviously using the drug in that sense. I think they can just sedate you instantly.
Might be the blue light.
It could be something like that. I think it's something that we're just speculating about and we're never going to understand. Like goldfish looking out of a bowl trying to understand human civilization.
Mm.
But there's common patterns in these abductions, like Charles is saying there, this is one of the most legit abduction UFO cases ever. But if you look at this and the similarities between the Allagash abduction and what's the other one with Calvin Parker as well?
Yeah.
There's so many. Of course, they're never identical, but
No.
there's so many similarities.
Well, this is the
I
first
just
one
don't
I've heard
know.
about greys and triangles, though, I think.
There have been others, but yeah, but they're not as well documented as this. And we're lucky with this guy with the education he has. He's able to put it over so well, isn't he? Which is kind of a treat, to be honest.
Makes you wonder why they wanted 20 people at the same time. You never really understand that unless it's to do with sex as well. Why would you need to close off? I don't know. It's kind of strange.
We're thinking, we're looking at it in human terms, aren't we? It could be a mindset that's million
it's not like you're waking
from...
up and you're all on tables strapped down like some of the other stories you hear about. Anyway.
Yeah.
And their eyes are like mine. Their eyes are darting all over, and they're all crying. And that unnerved me. We were kept segregated from them for some reason, which in retrospect,
like
I'm glad, grateful that we were.
No.
I don't know what happened to those poor people, but when they kicked us out of the ship, those people were in there when that thing went up in the sky, and I have no idea whatever happened to them. And while we were standing there, I heard a woman screaming. And, screams come in different kinds of character. I mean, you can jump out and grab someone and say boo, and they'll scream. But this woman, when she screamed, she sounded like she was in pain.
Horror movie.
And that really scared me. And that went on for a few minutes. And then I became aware that my friend, who had been right next to me, to my left, was gone. And then I heard him scream. And he screamed, oh my God, no, no. And then he screamed. That same pain scream. And I knew that I was going to be next, and I was. And the gray guys came and got me, and they moved me. I was like I didn't walk. It was like I was on some kind of moving sidewalk. And we went down a corridor, a long corridor, and I recall on my right, through my peripheral vision, again, I can't move only my eyes, I could see rows and rows of what looked like fish aquariums on my right. And inside these aquariums, there were what I first thought were puppies. Now, I'm not so sure what they were, but they had, many folds of skin. And they were in pinkish water. And while I'm rolling down this corridor, I'm looking at these things, and one of them opened an eye, and that scared me to death for some reason. That was frightening. And we got into this big domed white room, incredibly brightly lit. And the gray guys tilted me back and lay me down on top of this white porcelain-like table. And I recall being surprised that it wasn't cold to the touch. It was warm. And then I realized it was warm because so many bodies had been on this thing before.
Yeah.
And that's
what I was going to say.
And at the end of the table, there was this, and again, it's difficult to gauge height because
This almost sounds like the German Nazi camps, right? What they used to do. Robert?
Yeah, sure.
Sounds like a concentration camp. You hear the stories about, what's that guy that used to do experiments on people? with the twins, especially. What was his name? Evil guy. And that got found out in South America or something.
Oh, is it Joseph Mengele?
Yeah, that's the one. He used
Yeah,
to do
and so
experiments
much
on
for
twins.
karma, that guy died in his flaming well into his 80s.
Yeah. But they still use his medical research today to fix people, so maybe some good comes from evil after all, but...
Oh, Paul, no, I'm sorry, mate, I can't agree with this at all. It's without consent. It's leaving people traumatized. It's painful at the time. It's leaving lifelong psychological damage. No, mate, that is no long-term help as far as I'm concerned.
It didn't help those people, but it helped future people.
It's close to pure evil.
Oh, it's evil,
Space
right?
prisoners,
But
yeah,
it's
damn
not
right
like
it is.
evil where you're sort of like a serial killer, but at least some of his research was actually used to help save people in the future. So there is like it wasn't a total waste of time, his research. I think it was skin grafting for burn victims and stuff like that. And pregnant woman, a lot of stuff he found out there. But still, this is what I'm saying. These aliens sound like they're doing some sort of similar experiments to that guy. And making little jars of body parts or fetuses or something, mixing DNA with other creatures or something. It's kind of weird. It makes you wonder, even if it's like, how they're talking about growing meat instead of killing meat in the future, that they have like some stem cells that can grow into a steak and you can fry it up on spaceships and stuff. It makes you wonder if it's even related to some sort of food processing, where they're trying to make food for the, I don't know, the alien grey ant hive, so to speak. It sounds gory, I know, but still, we have to think of these things, what it's all about. Certainly not Space Brothers, anyway.
Hell no.
No. Anyway, we'll carry on. But yeah, and the problem I have with this story, he seems to recall so much compared to other people. So that's sort of like a semi-red flag to me. Like he says, I remember this much, and then my mind's blank, and then I remember this, but he seems to be really clear about everything, you know what I mean?
Yes, he is. He's an excellent speaker, isn't he?
Yeah, so that's kind of like a red flag to me there, but it doesn't mean I discount his story completely. He's probably told it a million times now, and he's filled in the blanks over the years, maybe. But
well, exactly. I think. Well, hold on. When is this? This was recorded in 2020. This happened in 1977, Paul. And there's no. His book hasn't made him a million. I can tell you that.
50 years on. Okay.
I was on this pedestal like table, and I don't know how far off the floor I was, but gauging from the height of the gray guys, I believe this thing was probably 7 foot tall, and this thing was insectoid in nature. It looked like a praying mantis. It had a big green head with the bulbous eyes, a triangular shaped head with, now I picture him in a lab coat. Now, I don't think he wore a lab coat, but in my mind's eye, I always see him in a lab coat. And he and these little guys were doing something to my lower back, and it hurt badly.
All right, tell me about that.
And I'm screaming, or at least I think I'm screaming, because I'm filling my lungs with air, and I'm screaming as loud as I can.
That's how I felt when I had
and there's nothing coming out. I can't hear anything.
No, that's exactly the same.
But evidently I was screaming because I annoyed, Dr. Bug here, and he tilted his head in my direction, and I heard in my head with crystal clarity, I heard, "Why are you screaming? Stop screaming. You know we don't hurt you. You know we take you back. Now stop screaming. And he touched me on top of the head with this big long green digit, and I was out.
No
And,
sparkly cream like Corey.
That's
though.
about the total sum of my memories from inside the ship.
Yeah. What happened next? You mentioned earlier that they basically threw you off the ship and flew away.
Yes. Well, it worked like this. I was out. I was unconscious. And I remember waking up somewhat, being semi-conscious. And they had dumped us by my car. And I remember thinking, oh, somebody screwed up here. There was, we should be back in our tent. And then I had 4 little gray guys. They're very strong. And they dragged us into our tent and kind of unceremoniously threw us in the tent. And then I was unconscious again. And I didn't remember that until sometime afterward.
I wonder if he still goes
But
camping.
that's what happened. So once they threw us back in the tent, we were both unconscious, and then woke up sometime later to that scenario with the flashing lights. So they kicked us out, but I don't know what happened to the other people that were in there.
Yeah,
that would scare you for life.
I should mention one more thing too that I didn't, and just for the sake of trying to cover everything here, was that another thing that I saw when I was inside that ship was I saw other human beings. I saw
Suffering.
what looked like military people. They were kids. They were like us. We were 22 years old. These were like maybe 19, 20 through 22. They were our age. But these guys, there were about 6 of them, and they were human beings.
Weird.
And they wore tan flight suits with what looked to me to be military issue combat boots. And these tan flight suits had an orange insignia around.
What's wrong with your camera there, Robert? It's got wavy stuff going in front. Like
Meg, I've got no idea.
You got a ghost hand that's flying around you.
What?
There. Look like a ghost hand going in front of your camera. There you go. It's Crapton again. Ooh. He's
okay,
gone.
look, I'll drop in and out, okay?
Yeah, that's weird, man. We got the Gremlins tonight. Okay, see if it's gone now. It almost looked like a ghost hand in front of your lens there for a minute, so that's really weird. Well, if the aliens are watching and listening in, they might come and get us. How dare you put us in bad light? They're going to get us tonight. We might want Men in Black to protect us, actually. Anyway, carry on.
Round orange insignia on their shoulder.
What you saying?
Yeah, if he was going to make the story up, this part of the story isn't something that you'd want to add, is it?
No.
No, not at all, no.
No.
But there has been a lot of abduction cases where the occupants of the craft have been absolutely human-like,
It makes you wonder if he can get a sketch artist to draw faces of the people he saw and see if they can track them down. Oh no, you're going weird again. Let me just stop and start my one again. Look at that, people. Really weird. So let's open it up. Robert has been ghosted. Whoa, that's crazy. Let me just start that going. Weird stuff. It said I was the only person on Jitsi when I come back in. Are you there? Are you frozen?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, it looks like it may have fixed it for the time being. Hopefully.
Okay.
Actually, we need to get rid of that. It never ends when we have Robert on. See, this is why you shouldn't talk about these old cases, because it's bringing it into people's memory now. See, I didn't have any problems like this yesterday. Oh, here we go again.
It's just that you've got a second person on, Paul, and it's causing more demands on the system. It's got nothing to do with Men in Black or any of the silly rubbish like that.
I don't know, mate. I wouldn't discount it. Some of the strange stuff that happens. We're still having problems, though. Anyway, we better carry on.
Do you want me to switch my cam off, anyway?
No, we'll just see how it goes. It looks like the audio's working, but the video's going crazy.
And I was too far away to see. I would love to have seen what was on that orange patch, but I couldn't see it. They were too far away. They were 5 men and 1 young woman. The young woman was short, seemed to be Latino in nationality, and her hair was in a ponytail. And all of the men had standard military haircuts, and there was no conversation between them. But I knew that they were, I suspected, and then they validated that they were indeed crew members, because the one guy walked over and was doing something to a panel on the wall. And they refused to make eye contact with us. They would not look at us or look at the other people. But they did what the guy that seemed to be in charge, tall kid with blonde hair, did something to this panel on the wall. I couldn't see what he was doing because I couldn't see the front of the panel. I could only see it from a side view. And after a minute or two, he seemed satisfied with what he did, and they just en masse turned around and left. And I wonder to this day, were those, Earth human beings? I don't get it. I don't know who they were, but there were definitely human beings there. And I think they were, and I'm certain they were crew members. Mm-hmm. So that's the other memory that I had. Yeah. To pick up where I left off, after we watched this thing take off, your question, I believe, was what happened next. And what happened was that we made the decision that we had to get out of there. And my friend said, I'm going to count to 3, grab your car keys. And he had a flashlight. And he said, let's just bolt and run to the car, and we'll get out of here. And I was hesitant. And I said, look, man, it's dark out there. Can you navigate us out of this place without breaking an axle or getting lost somewhere? And he assured me that he could. And we went out of the tent and bolted to the car. Didn't see anything. Still quiet outside, though. Mm-hmm. I unlocked the car, and I slid across this long bench seat and unlocked his side. And he came in and slammed the door. We slammed all the locks down. And I remember he said, "Are we good?" And I knew what he meant. And I turned on the dome light. The car started right up. And we looked under the seats. We checked out the back seat. We just wanted to make sure that there was nothing or no one in there with us. And there was.
Paranoid. We shouldn't use too much of this guy's episode. I know it's a good interview. And maybe, it's a shame we can't get these guys on our show directly, eh? But no one takes us seriously still, so we never get these so-called special guests.
Well, yeah, it's a shame that you're going to end it here because, his encounters with the Men in Black, well, they actually wore blue suits. And they identified themselves as OSI, that's the Air Force, Officer of Special Investigations. He got quite an interrogation off them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you if you're not happy with playing any more of it,
Well,
then
it could punish us. This is thing. But yeah, we carry on. It's probably too late anyway. But yeah,
exactly.
would be. You got to remember, this guy's going to get endless traffic from this episode while it's up anyway. So it's not like he's not going to benefit from it. But these people will probably try and take the money off you once they get the money, right? He's probably not big enough yet, is he? What's he at? 100, 200 subscribers, so he's probably not there yet. Yeah. But we'll see. So somehow he managed to track this guy down and get him on the show. So yeah, we need to do more of that probably for our shows if it can happen. But you can see the problems that we have with getting the technology right and censorship. But yeah, we do the farmer index. People were saying they like the RAM thing we do at the end.
Well, we haven't got to the end yet, have we?
No, but we'll do it at the end, and we'll do the bar chart. Anyway, I'll carry on.
Wasn't. And we were thirsty. We were both. We'd been hurt. We were both thirsty. And I asked my friend. I said, "Hey man, see if you can find me something to drink. Look around this car. I'll drink anything if it's not poison." And a few minutes later, he's like, "Nah, man, there's nothing in here to drink." You know, they, I don't know what they did to me, but they left me with probably the worst sunburn I'd ever had in my life without blistering. And I was burned on the soles of my feet, my scalp, under my arms. I mean, everywhere on my body, I was burned. Never blistered, but terrible red burn. And my eyes hurt. We got to the car and we made our way onto the highway and headed north. And just as dawn was breaking, and when the sun came up, the sunlight was like someone threw sand in my eyes. It was just really painful. And my friend, you know, whatever they did to me in here in that craft, they gave him a double dose because he was certainly in no shape to drive a car. And we stopped at the first place that we found open. And in 1977, this was a remote area. It's quite built up now, but it was remote back in those days. And we found a little rural gas station that was open. And I got some gas, and I got some grape drink. My friend bought a gallon of grape drink, and I bought some cans of orange soda and you know, drained those in no time flat. We were both just seriously dehydrated. And we got home, and we got back to base, got on base, and we were both NCOs, and we lived in NCO housing on the base. And this whole 6-hour ride back, I don't think we said 2 or 3 words to one another. And that was odd. You know, you would think that we would be debriefing. You think we would be, you know, rehashing what we saw, questioning what we saw, but we didn't do that. And it was an odd feeling that something had changed. We had changed. Our relationship was different somehow. And I don't understand that, but that's the reality of it. I dropped him off at his house and just unceremoniously said, you know, I'll see you. And he got out carrying his flashlight. And I drove a couple blocks to my house and pulled in and went inside. We were both married at the time. You know, my wife is, we're still married. We've been married 45 years. So she remembers this event and can tell it from her perspective. But I went in the house and she said, "My God, what happened to you?" And I told her the truth. I don't know. I said, "But I need something to drink." And I drank these tumblers of powdered lemonade. And she put her hand on my forehead. She was helping me get out of my boots. And she said, "You know, I think you have a fever." So she took my temperature. And
radiation?
In Fahrenheit, it was 103 degrees. You know, we're on the Fahrenheit scale, 98.6 is the norm. So, you know, I definitely had an elevated temperature. And she said, "Well, you know, we got to go to the hospital." And I didn't argue with her. I said, "Okay." And you got to remember that we worked in the hospital. We were members of that squadron. So these were all people we knew. And all of these people knew that Toby and I were making this camping trip. It was just common knowledge in the squadron. That was our plan. And my wife took me to the hospital, and they took me into the emergency room. And I had the most thorough medical exam in my life. And, you know, the doctors, the two that I knew.
Okay, do you want to pause it there, Paul?
Asked me, they said, "Terry, what?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is where horror story enters its second phase. My God, I can't really describe it any other way. There was nothing pleasant about all this. He's just been treated inhumanely by, shall we say, the aliens, and now he's about to be treated fairly unhumanely by his own people. So I just thought I'd say that and pop to the toilet and get a refill, actually.
Okay, we'll wait for you to pee the toilet. I want to catch up with the comments, but yes, but bit hard reading backwards, you see. Well, Robert's not dehydrated, that's for sure. It's all that homebrew he drinks, you know. Yeah, one of the best abduction stories. It certainly remembers a lot of it, though. Not gaps in memory. To me, that's kind of suspicious, because I'm always skeptical. It'd certainly make for a good movie, wouldn't it? It makes you wonder why Hollywood's not actually using a lot of these people's stories to make some good sci-fis. Makes you wonder, though, if he saw anyone putting their hands in the belly of all the people that were lined up at all the screaming. Because that sort of would back up Corey's thing, wouldn't it? But then again, we don't know if people listen to other contactee stories and sort of make up a story too. We always got to be skeptical of that as well. Or, you know, but at least this guy's got physical evidence, apparently. So that sort of adds to the story there for me. Once you got some physical evidence or a second witness, he's also got a second witness, which makes it more credible. But we'll do the FMI.
Hold on, Paul. The second witness now, meaning his camping partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, he never came forward, Paul.
Oh, he didn't come forward. So yeah, we're just they're saying it's the most credible story yet. He's got an implant. He's got a second witness. His wife also had seen him come home with the sunburn, I suppose, and
yes,
all that sort of business. But I'm not sure if she's been abducted. I haven't heard him mention that she's been.
Plus, you got no. Plus, you got the people at the. She hasn't been abducted, as far as she understands. Plus, you got the people at the hospital. You've got the X-ray. I mean, there's so many people said they've had X-rays taken, and it showed this and it showed that. But where's the X-ray? At least he's got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's got the testimony of the radiologist as well. And I know the smartphone data, the app, the exercise app that he had on the phone is you could say that could easily be faked, I suppose, but I'm not really sure why we'd want to add to his story. As another thing as well, in the last 12 months, TTSA contacted him. It was Luis
Oh, did they?
Alessandro and Chris Mellon, who totally believe the story.
Right.
So we might well see the story reappear again in season 2,
Oh, okay.
which won't make him any money, but it will make TTSA some money. But I think obviously if they are a serious study group, that they're looking into abduction cases like this, and they've also contacted Chris Bledsoe, haven't they?
I don't like that one. That one's fake as.
I'm not as keen on that one as I am on this one, Paul. I think this one's is far more high caliber.
Oh yeah. Because the other guy is really religious and he believes he can heal people and dogs, you know, the bleeding neck thing.
Okay, well, that doesn't make the story any less genuine, but it does
I
cast
don't know.
a little bit of doubt. But yeah, I agree with you, Paul. I'm on the fence with the Bledsoe story. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, he's posting a lot of stuff online now with going out in the forest and catching shadow figures and stuff, which looks like it's just camera artifacts and messing around. Sort of same as Dr. Greer was doing with his parties of people with the flying angel Cubit and that stupid camera being spun around taking pictures, and it's like the blurred image of a woman wearing a red jacket, that sort of stuff, you know.
But on the other hand, you could argue that some of these experiences turn people a little bit loopy, you know.
Military guys are pretty hardcore and more in control of their emotions because they've got to kill people. They can't burst out crying every time they shoot someone.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, just a second now. Well, listen now to Luis Alessandro when he said he's met so much opposition from when he was wanted to come out with this program, and he wanted those 3 videos declassified, so you know he could publicly release them, and he had to pull a few strings to do that, and it was quite controversial how he done it as well. But he said there was a lot of opposition to him doing that because a lot of them said, "Look, this is the devil's work. We can't do anything about it. So just stay out of it. We don't want this coming out. It's not good for anyone." So even amongst these intelligence agencies, and I think Luis Alessandro, he worked in the interrogation department, didn't he, for the CIA as well?
Yep.
So that's pretty hardcore. Do you know what I mean? But yet you still had those people with hardcore religious beliefs that didn't want any of this out. So you got to be careful. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater there.
But this does sound like the pits of hell, doesn't it? Like all the ancient stories of people being taken away and being tortured and maybe even dismembered, you know? Because some people disappear, don't they? There's a lot of disappearance every year, and we don't know where most of them disappear to. You know, no body parts.
I think Alaska's the worst. So there's 16,000 people in here. Wow. I had to look at the crime rate there, and it's not particularly high, you know. So yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Well, that's true. Nowadays, there's not many people killing people in the armies, but it's sort of like they assign people to the correct positions, I suppose. They know if someone's like a killer and can take it, I suppose. Navy SEALs, they must have like a lot of psych tests and stuff they apply, and maybe they even go on hunting trips, see if they kill animals. A lot of people actually get emotional when they kill animals.
Yeah, but look, Paul, if you look at the First and the Second World Wars, people were just chucked in there. We didn't have time for all that kind of psychological testing.
No, not
Jesus,
in
man,
World
they
War
had no
Two.
blaming choice.
Not in World War Two, but there was a lot of PTSD afterwards, though.
Of course
know
there was, and they didn't even know what it was then.
My relatives suffered from it, bombshells and all that sort of stuff. But nowadays they don't know anything like that. They've had it quite peaceful, in the world. So you got people protesting and doing stupid things, and they just don't understand. A lot of people.
Yeah, okay. Let's not drift off too much from the case here now.
But the history is there for a reason. It's to remind us not to repeat the same mistakes, and destroying it and hiding statues of famous people is not going to help the situation whatsoever. But anyway,
it's like deleting history, and that's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah. Winston Churchill was the right man for the right time, and people want to bring down his statue. It's just crazy. But anyway.
What happened to you guys? And I'm sure Toby was there. He was just in a different room. And, I knew that if I told these guys I saw a UFO the size of an office building, that they would put me on a psych ward. No question in my mind. They would have put me on a psychiatric ward, and it may have been the end of my military career, maybe the end of my, professional career that's to come. But so what I did was I gave them an abbreviated but true, albeit truthful version of the story. And I said, we felt funny. We went to bed. We woke up sick as dogs, and we came home. And in essence, that's the truth. So they did blood work, and they diagnosed us. I didn't know it at the time. We were diagnosed as acutely ill. And they had 2 IVs running in me, trying to rehydrate me. And my eyes had what they called flash burns.
It's funny that when I had a gallbladder problem and lots of pain, they said I was dehydrated. And they were just pumping lots of fluid into me, and they said I'm still dehydrated. And I wasn't peeing or anything for a long time. So maybe something was going on back then, even for me, before the alien stuff. But I think it's before I even started my YouTube channel. But Charles made a good point here that there's people going missing in
well, it's a national park, and
Devil's Den, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too sure what the stats are.
No, do I? But we can take a look into them, and as I was saying there, to make a good follow-up on this case if we can find something interesting. Because Toby Lovelace did actually say earlier in the story that there were several people aboard that ship when they were kicked off, and he says he has no idea what happened to them, whether they were brought back or not.
Right. Kind of scary, isn't it? A scary story.
It's scary.
I don't think we're going to get onto the other topics that you had listed today, but that's all right.
No. Come on, we'll just finish off with this. So let's get on with it.
If you're using an arc welder and you don't wear that mask, and you stare at that light, it's like a sunburn to the cornea of your eye, and it's very painful. It feels like you have sand in your eyes. And I was diagnosed with that. And while I'm waiting for a room to open up, the hospital commander, the base commander, and 2 guys that I'd never seen before or never saw again in business suits came in, shut the door, the doctor left, and the hospital commander, who I knew very well and had a good relationship with, was all business. And he says, Sergeant Lovelace, you're to have no contact with Sergeant Tobias in any way, shape, or form. That means no conversations, no telephone calls, no passing of notes. You're not to give him anything. He's not to give you anything. You're not to make contact with him through any third parties or attempt to contact him in any way. Do you understand? And I said, yes, sir. although I didn't understand. But you know what? I was okay with it. I'll tell you. Like I said, we were different people after this incident. They cut orders for him to go to Japan, and they cut those orders at light speed. I was told, if I run into him at the base exchange or the grocery store, I was to immediately turn around and walk away from him. They did not want the two of us back together.
Weird.
And I thought that peculiar. And we got, I got into my hospital room. I stayed 2 nights, 3 days, but I was off duty for 30 days to recover. And they kept the lights turned off in the room because my eyes were so sensitive to the light. And on that evening of that second night, I knew I was going home the next day.
You're listening to the Weird Tales Radio.
This to mute it, I think. Yeah, it's probably copyright music.
My night nurse came in with an injection for pain, and I could use it. I was really having some discomfort. And these 2 guys in business suits, blue business suits, followed her into the room. One was a guy about in his 50s, and the other was a younger guy, about 30 or so. And the elder guy was in charge. And he says to the nurse, if that's going to sedate Sergeant Lovelace, it's going to have to wait. Yeah. We're here to ask him a few questions. And shut the door on your way out.
Oh.
And that last part, I didn't understand why the guy felt the need to be so rude or so authoritarian, why he needed to project that image that he was in charge. And, my nurse leaves with my shot, and she's in a huff, and she shuts the door behind her. And these guys pull out IDs and show me badges and identification that they are from the Air Force Security Police, what's called the OSI, or the Office of Special Investigations. It's the investigative branch of the United States Air Force.
Yeah.
And what had happened was, when we took that chain down to gain access into this part of the park, we actually, and I didn't find this out until years later, we'd actually crossed the boundary outside of Devil's Den State Park, and we were on federal ground. There was a piece of ground there where this high plateau is, where we camped, that's under the auspices of the Bureau of Land Management. So it's federal ground, and it's still to this day. The plateau is there, and it's still off limits to campers, hikers, anyone. But I guess the park rangers saw that chain down and drove into that area and found our little campsite. And my friend Toby left his backpack there that had his name and address in it. And I think these park rangers found that, called the base and said, hey, well, you got 2 of your airmen down here who set up a little camp, and it's intact. It looks like they're living down here. So this the older of the 2 agents read me my rights under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And he had a odd U.S. Southern accent, typical like Louisiana. And he says, after he reads me my rights, I ask him, I said, sir, am I in some kind of trouble? And my mind's racing, like, what do we do? Do we burn the forest down or what? And I ask him if we're in trouble, and he looks at the captain, and both of them laugh. And then he turns back to me with this very serious affect on his face, and he says, son, would we be here if you weren't in trouble? And then that scared me. And he said, well, the park rangers found your little camp, and he said, it looks like you left everything there. He says, you were planning on coming back. He said, let me guess, you boys have a little marijuana plot somewhere out in those woods, don't you? And I said, sir, no, we do not. We do not. And he said, well, then why would you boys leave your camp like that, all set up? He said,
Bigfoot.
looked to me like you were planning on coming back. You left your stuff there. And I said, sir, we just woke up sick, and we were so sick we just rode off the tent and everything there, hopped in the car and came home. And the interrogation went on, and he laid out some forms on a tray table in front of me and turned the light on. And I asked him, I said, sir, can you turn that light out? It really hurts my eyes. And he says, I got to see what I'm doing here, son. And I asked him, he hands me a pen, and I said, sir, what are these forms? And he says, well, these are waivers and consent forms. And they give us certain rights, and you're consenting to allow us to search. He says, I'd like to take a look inside your house just to make sure you don't have a big old bag of marijuana in your house. You don't have a big old bag of marijuana in your house, do you, son? And I said, no, sir, I don't.
UFO proof.
And he says, you don't have any contraband or anything in your house there you're hiding, anything you shouldn't have, do you? And I said, no, sir. And he said, well, then you wouldn't mind if we just, poked in and took a look around. And I signed these forms. I also signed a non-disclosure agreement. And I also signed a consent form. And again, my eyes are such that my vision is blurred. And I can only read the captions. I can't read the fine.
So he's broken his NDA now because he's speaking out about it all, right? Are you there?
Yes. Yes, correct. He has.
And they haven't arrested him and stuck him in prison for breaking the NDA. It makes you wonder how many people could come out at the same time to break the NDA to say, yeah, it's all true, and would the government be able to get rid of all of them? Silence them all? I think that's probably the only way we get disclosure is everybody come out with the NDAs and said, yep, this is what happened.
Yeah, hold on. Right, Non-Disclosure Act. It's a bit of a strange one. It's not exactly legally binding. Now, what would have happened there? He'd have lost his NDA as soon as he spoke out.
He lost his security clearance, you mean, not NDA.
Yes, Paul, you were correct there. Yeah, he'd have lost his whatever, but I don't think he would have had too high a clearance anyway. And once he'd spoken out publicly, it wouldn't have been too good an idea for them to go locking him up and coming down on him too heavy again. If you see what I mean? It wouldn't have looked good with it. It would have just added to the story, wouldn't it?
So this could be, this story could be reason why the government can't come out about the UFOs, because they know this sort of stuff is happening with people being taken and tortured pretty much, and they got no way in controlling it and stopping it and detecting it. Or they got some sort of agreement where that can happen on a small scale. That sounds a bit more crazy to me. I think it's more the other way around. That they don't know what exactly it is either.
As well. Okay, this guy was a lawyer and an assistant attorney general, so he's going to know the law. He'd have known where he stood before he spoke out, Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting case. One of the better ones. We've had a few over the year, though, of multiple witnesses and artifacts.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be so great, though, if someone actually filmed a TR-3B like that flying overhead? And there's one person, a MUFON investigator we know called Chase, that had the opportunity and made a right fluff up of the investigation where it actually flew over her head, and they actually saw alien grey as well in the cornfield. So if you've not heard her story, we have covered it in the past, clips of it, so you can search on Chase and hopefully it'll come up. But Yeah, apparently she's investigating a crop circle of someone claiming he's seen UFOs in crop circles. So she was heading into a cornfield with all her cameras and stuff, and the batteries died, and she couldn't film any of it when the triangle UFO actually showed up. So yeah, to me that's the sloppy investigation. You always have cameras further distance away from where you are, even if it's just filming the sky above where you're going to go, just in case. Anyway, imagine if you had that smoking gun footage though. She had the opportunity of a lifetime there to change the whole UFO scenario. But anyway.
Fine print. And I signed a consent to hypnotic interrogation with chemical enhancement or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Genso Crash. How's
he
it going?
swooped these forms up off as soon as I'd signed them. You know, of course, today, you know, with the benefit of a lot, you know, you never in my wildest dreams would I sign anything without reading it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I was 22. I was scared to death. And I thought that, you know, if I protest, it's going to make me look guilty of something.
Good night,
I don't
Shirley.
even know what I'm under suspicion of.
Yeah.
So they did go to my house and scared the hell out of my wife. They took our car and kept it for 24 hours before they gave it back, and gave it back clean, by the way. Gave it back, it looked like it'd been through a car wash and vacuumed.
Maybe it's not the same car.
In my home, when they did the search, I had a little black and white dark room set up. You know, when you live on a nuclear base, there's not a lot you can photograph.
Yeah.
So I had a nice telephoto lens, and I was taking photographs of the full moon, and they were nice. I liked them, and I had about a dozen of them from different angles and the like, and they took those photographs and the negatives, and I never saw them again.
Damn.
So yeah, I don't know what they expected to find. I don't think they were looking for marijuana. You know, the marijuana wasn't a joke in 1977. That could have meant a prison term, dishonorable discharge, and a prison term for me. So, I was afraid. The nurse came back and demanded that she give me my medication or she'd bring the doctor in, and you know after this half-hour interrogation or so, the guy in charge stands up and says, "Well, we're done here with Sergeant Lovelace," and she gave me an injection, and then she left, and then the captain left, and then it's just me and this major, the special agent, and he shuts the door, and my bed is near the head of the door, and he turned out the light. Which I thought was odd, and he wore this tough guy affect. You know, his facial expression was like just mean, just, you know, intimidating, and he kind of dropped that and just looked like a normal 50-year-old man. And he got down right next to my ear, and he whispered, "Son, I know. And you know, you two knuckleheads stumbled onto something while you were out there. And I think you know what I mean." And I didn't answer him. And there's a moment or two of silence, and he says, "Oh, I know you know what I mean." And he said, "All I want to know is how many pictures you took of it, and I want your film and your camera, and all this will just go away. Do you understand?" And I said, "Sir," and I told him the truth. I said, "Sir, we never took a single photograph of anything." And he turns the tough guy face back on and says, "I don't believe you." And he left. And, you know, in retrospect, I left my camera at home, but Toby had a camera in his backpack. And the thought of taking a picture of this thing never crossed our minds.
Yeah.
And that speaks to that control that they had over us. But they believed The OSI, for some reason,
Good
I don't
cop,
know
bad
how
cop.
they knew, but they knew. No doubt in my mind, they knew. And some weeks passed, and I got a call to see the squadron commander, and I did. And he said, Sergeant Lovelace, the OSI would like to speak with you. He said they'll have a car for you outside the front door. It should be there now. If I were you, I wouldn't keep them waiting. And I said, yes, sir. And I was dismissed. And I ran down the hallway. And sure enough, there's a blue security police car parked right in front. And the driver got out and asked me if I was Sergeant Lovelace. I said, yes. Of course, I got a uniform with a name tag on it, but he had to ask anyway, I guess. And put me in the back of this police car and drove us a few blocks to the OSI headquarters. And the OSI building was intimidating in itself, and that it's what it, I call the architecture Stalin-esque. It was just, it looked like a prison or something. It was an intimidating building, and he opened my door and had me follow him, and we went through a series of double locked doors where they had to get buzzed through the door for the door to unlock, and then it would click in back of you, and then they would buzz the next one. So he went through a double door type thing, and he took me down a long corridor, and on either side there were these little interrogation rooms, and they were all alphabetically
Sounds like the
identified,
X-Files.
A, B, C, D, E. I think I was taken to room E. And he opened the door with a key, and he said, someone will be right with you. And the door shut behind him. And I knew it was locked. I didn't even try it. And it was a big sturdy steel door with about a 5-by-7-inch piece of glass window with reinforcing wire through it. And I sat there, and I'm looking around at my new surroundings. And this is about the size, of a washroom. It's just a tiny little room. On the wall to my left, there's a wooden framed mirror. And I thought, that's got to be a two-way affair because, nobody's going to be grooming themselves in this interrogation room. And there was a clock on the wall above the door, a gray desk with a padded chair. And there were these ubiquitous fiberglass chairs from the 60s. They were all over the place. They were like scoop chairs made out of fiberglass. And there was one of them in each corner, or three of them. It's a total of 4 chairs in the room. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited hours.
Austin Powers
And
had
finally,
it in the movie.
before noon, the 2 agents that came to see me when I was in the hospital turned a lock and came into the room. Didn't address me in any way other than to kick me out of the comfortable chair that I was in behind the desk, and had me pull up one of those fiberglass chairs, and we sat down, and I sat down, and they finally shifted their attention to me. And the major said, well, you're going to be hypnotized today, son. You understand that, right? And I said, no, sir, I did not know that. And I don't know why. I don't know why. And when I said that, he kind of went berserk, and he went into his briefcase. He pulled out a piece of paper, and he slammed it on the desk in front of me. And he said, is that not your signature, son? I said, yes, sir, it is. Sir, but respectfully, I don't want to be hypnotized. And he said, well, son, that's no problem. If you don't want to do this, we can stop this right now. He says, you want me to tear this paper up? I can do that for you. Well, I'll just tear this up, throw it away, and we'll just see you at the court-martial. How about that? Is that what you want? And that really scared me because that implied I was going to be taken into custody right then and be court-martialed for something I didn't even know what the charge was,
Yeah.
of course, nowadays they got the Patriot Act, and they don't need any papers signed. They just take you and torture or whatever.
Yeah. But of course, it was kind of out of his hands then. They could have easily fixed him up if they wanted to, you know? So it's not a good situation to be in, is it? But I think he complied. Well, yes, he complied. He had no choice but comply. I tell you, the military, and a lot of people have been in and out of the military, and they can be proper bullies, you know.
Yep.
It's you know, once you join up there, you're kind of departing with a lot of the rights that you have on Civvy Street.
Yep. Yeah, my dad was in the RAF, as you know, and we moved around countries, but that's another story.
So I said, no, it's okay. And I resigned myself to the fact that, you know, I don't know how to get out of this. I'm just going to have to roll with it. And that's what I tried to do. And he calmed down, and then there's a tap at the door, and a fourth man enters, and he's a major. He's wearing oak leaves on his collar, but he has no name tag. Big, blonde, barrel-chested guy. I refer to as Brad in the book. And he talked to the two agents, completely ignored me for a few minutes, talked to the two agents about golf or fishing or something. I don't remember. Then they had a conversation. Then he shifted his attention to me, and he held out his hand and he says, "Sergeant Lovelace, it's so nice to finally meet you." And he shook my hand. And I thought, you know, this guy, he carries himself more like a priest or a therapist, not like a military officer. And he had under his arm what looked like a shaving kit. It was leather. And he unzipped it and opened it up. And he's humming. And he's making small talk with me. And he says, "I understand you're from St. Louis." And I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And he rattled off some landmarks. And, I was starting to kind of feel a little bit at ease with the guy. And that kind of threw up my defenses. And when he opened his kit, he had a little towel. And there was a syringe, a piece of rubber tubing, some alcohol swabs, Band-Aid and stuff. And he lays it all neatly out on this little towel. And he turns to me and he scoots his chair right up next to me and violating my personal space and says, "For purposes of today's little exercise, would you call me Brad? That is my name." And I said, "Yes, sir." And he says, "Don't you mean yes, Brad?" And I said, "Yes, Brad." And he said, "And Sergeant Lovelace, for purposes of today's little exercise only, may I address you as Terry instead of Sergeant Lovelace? Terry is your name." And I said, "Okay." And now I'm kind of creeped out by the guy. And I knew a little bit about hypnosis. My undergraduate degree is in psychology. I'd taken some classes on base. And I knew or was pretty confident that I could not be hypnotized against my will. The drug concerned me, but the hypnosis not as much. And he explained, he says, "I'm going to give you some medicine." He said, "A lot of people tell me that this is very pleasant. It'll help you remember things and help you recall, everything that you saw. And he says, also help us make sure that you're telling these agents the truth." And I said, "Okay." And he did this hypnosis thing first. And what he did was he had me imagine in my mind a stairway. And he had this smooth voice, like a radio announcer. And he says, "Okay, Terry, take the first step down the stairwell. Feeling relaxed, feeling warm, feeling safe. Take that second step Now you're twice as relaxed, feeling sleepy, feeling calm, feeling safe, and take the third step. And he walked me down in this fashion. And in my mind's eye, I'm going up the stairs.
Yeah.
You know, I'm resisting this as much as I can.
Okay, Chance.
And when I got to
See you later.
When he got me to the bottom of the stairs, he says, "Now it's dark, and we're gonna have you turn on the light so we can see. You need to be able to see, and tell me what you see." And he kept stressing that. "I want you to tell me what you see." And he said, and I'm assuming this relaxed posture with my eyes closed and my head kind of on my chest. And he says, "Now, Terry, I want you to reach up and turn that light on." And I waited and nothing happened. I wanted to see if involuntarily my arm would go up, and it didn't. So in a little more forceful tone, he says, "Okay, Terry, reach up and turn that light on." So I did, but I did it purely under my own volition. It wasn't an involuntary movement. I reached up with my right arm and made a motion like I was pulling a chain and put my hand back in my lap. And he seemed satisfied with that. And then he gave me the medication. And all the while he's talking to me, you know, telling me he's going to be, you know, I'm relaxed. And I found out that the medication they gave me was sodium amytal. It's a short-acting hypnotic.
Not sodium pentothal.
And they administered it to me several times. And it was powerful. I felt immediately in a twilight. They call it a hypnotic for a reason. It's an apt description of it. And he says, "Okay, Terry, I understand that you and Toby went on a camping trip. Is that right?" And I said, "Yes, Brad, we did." And he said, "And you saw some funny lights in the sky, didn't you, Terry?" You know, kind of leading me along. And I said, "Yes, Brad."
At least he's not
and he
saying
says,
yes,
"But they
sir.
weren't lights, were they, Terry? They weren't funny lights at all, were they, Terry?" And I said, "No, Brad, they weren't." And he said, "Can you see them in your mind?" And I could. In my mind's eye, I could see it play out again. And he says, "Who were they, Terry?" And I said, "They're the space people." And I was shocked. I could not believe those words came out of my mouth. But that's what I told him. So we went through this hypnotic session, and I told him all of the memories. As a matter of fact, most of the detail and the memories that I do have are the result of being pulled out of my subconscious during this interrogation. And I think that was an important thing to have done. I mean, I had these memories laid just dormant in my subconscious. I think they may have manifested in unhealthy ways, you know, alcoholism or madness or something. But he pulled all the details out by taking me back and walking me through. And I gave him the same description I gave you with a little more detail of what I saw inside the ship. And then his final question was, "Terry, you told these agents you didn't take any pictures." No, his first question was, "When you spoke to these agents, did you tell them the truth? Was everything that you told them true?" And I could honestly say yes, because it was. You know, I left out a piece, but yeah, it was true. But they knew anyway. They knew what I saw. They knew what we saw. And I said, yes, I told them the truth. And he says, "Do you have a camera? Do you have film? Did you take photographs of it?" And they just referred to it as it. "Did you take photographs of it?" And they want to know how big it was and how many lights were on it. And they asked me these questions, but I think they asked me questions they already knew the answer to. They were just validating my experience, I think. And, you know, the final question was, you know, do you have any film hidden somewhere? Boy, I wish I had. I wish I'd taken a roll of film of this thing.
Yeah.
But the thought never crossed my mind.
But they
And
were taking them off them, though.
with that, they seemed satisfied that I
It would have gone, wouldn't
was
it?
telling them the truth.
That would have been too
that I
good
hadn't
to
taken
be
any pictures. And
public.
they brought me back out of hypnosis, and the medication was worn off by then. And the agent in charge and this hypnotist guy put his stuff back in his little shaving kit and just walked out the door. I thought it was odd that he didn't, say goodbye or something. It just seemed odd that he just abruptly left. And this major in charge says, "Well, we're gonna close your file, son."
Oh. Sounds like it's turning into a Queen musical there.
Yeah, that's the end of that.
Oh, is it? Oh, well.
Yeah, that's the end of that one. We might as well go the whole hog now.
Oh, there's another part.
Yeah, we'll finish off with this.
Oh, God. What pictures
We're
have we
not,
got?
we're not as bad as last week.
Okay, so let's have a look at some pictures meantime. So what's this one of the knee? Is that where it was? Where's this transmitter? Is it there behind the knee or at the front? That's the kneecap, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's if you scroll over to your left a little bit again now. No, not that way, Paul. It's my left, so I don't want to be your... There you go, that's Devil's Den there.
Yeah, well, this is knee,
which is
X-ray, and there's the transmitter
yeah,
there.
I'm looking at the picture to my left of that, and that's Devil's Den, you see, and it's almost... yeah, that's right, you got it. Ironically, it's kind of almost in the shape of a triangle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah, it's pretty dense woods there, by the looks of it too. And what else we got? We've seen that one.
Yeah, but yeah, the vector scale of A, he's a little bit concerned that this guy's writing a book. I think every time anyone writes a book on experience, it rings a few alarm bells. But the publishing costs and the printing costs and what have you, and the fact that UFO books are like, there's just millions out there, well, hundreds of thousands of UFO books out there, and many of them don't sell well. There's a handful of books that have made money. 37 Parallel was one of them. Above Top Secret, Some If You Good, that was another one. Whitley Strieber's book, Communion, that one made $1 million. But there's very, very few others that have actually made any substantial money. In fact, there's a lot of UFO books that you just don't recoup the money, and the time you've put in as well on writing the book. I mean, we heard of Kevin Dolan yesterday. It took Richard Dolan, that first book, it took him 5 years to do it, So, sure. But the circuit, what I call the circuit, being invited to every conference and turning up and collecting your money and sure, you can make an actual living out of that. But there's also fact here that he may just wanted to get the story out, and there's no better way than to put it out than in a book. There's only so much you can say in a 2-hour lecture. So no, I don't see that as a necessarily a red flag, but yeah, it can be, half of one.
Yep. I think that's about all the images we've got. What's that one there?
Yeah.
ghosts at Devilton, so there's ghosts there as well.
Mm.
But it looks like there might be some other UFO sightings in the same location. From those other images we saw previously.
Yeah, well, maybe we can look at that for next week.
Yes, it's probably a good location, isn't it? So they have underground tunnels as well there, do they? Like in Kentucky? I suppose it would have.
Yeah, natural ones, no question. Yeah.
That looks like it there, day trip. Underground caves.
Oh no, I don't mean that. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly going underground. They got it well lit up there. Water underground. Devil's Den. It looks like an interesting place anyway. When we're millionaires like Tyler, we'll all get together on a UFO bus trip and do these locations. Wouldn't that be fun? That's if we're still alive. $1 million, yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get there without our own TV series. You know, if we had TV involved, then you probably could.
I mean, God, I started writing a book one day, yeah. I'm still halfway through the introduction,
Right.
and I know I'd lose money on it. Do you know what I mean? But I'd love to get some of it'd be locally based.
Yeah.
And I'd love to get my own experiences out there. Even if I did lose a couple of grand on it, I wouldn't really care just to get it out there. You know, it'd be made up if I sold 50 copies. But anyway, I'll leave this last link for you, Paul.
Okay. As long as people want to keep listening. Yes, we could break it up into part 2 next week. It's up to you.
I don't think so, Paul, because we're pretty much near the end now. So I need to pop to the toilet. So if you can just find the bit where you start speaking again.
Okay. And we haven't even done the FMI business yet. Just close that down now. Okay. Robert is having a pee again. Was that number 5 or number 4? I've lost count. He did 9 last Sunday, didn't he? 9 peas. I suppose we're going to have to skip some of it again. Is that part 3 or was it just a separate one? Let's see what the subs say. Music.
Calls the incident.
Intro. Just keep on going.
According to data gathered of their blood. Came.
Okay, looks like there's someone up here. Music. Damn. Could be coming up.
To do that. And that kind of brings us to today.
Yeah. After
tried to do.
Let's go back a bit.
Here's the third.
A non-disclosure agreement that can be enforced under penalty of law. You can be sanctioned. You can be fined. You can be in prison. So, forget about it. Forget about it and go on with your life. And that's what I tried to do. until 2012.
Yeah.
2012 when they took those X-rays, and that just changed the whole equation. I was determined at that point. I was going to do everything I could to write a book, to tell the story, to speak publicly. I just felt I had a duty to do that, and that kind of brings us to today.
Yeah.
You know, this story to me is more credible than Travis Walton, and people keep saying
Yes.
Travis Walton is a nice guy, blah blah blah. Who cares? Nice guys can be scammers, as we well know.
After that, you continued in service for a couple more years. Then you went on to do your psychology degree, then your law degree, and then you went on to your legal career. And
Yes.
you retired in 2012.
Yes.
That was when you had the pain. Well, some months after you retired, you had the pain.
Yes.
You say the process of having the x-rays where they were examining your right knee, you think that may have triggered the return of the post-traumatic shock?
I do, because that triggered a new round of, I had called them intrusive thoughts. In 1987, my wife.
I wonder if the device actually suppresses memories that they implant in people.
Do you know, sometimes I think of abduction cases, the people who recall the events, I think in a lot of those cases, the abduction's gone a little awry. I don't think they were ever supposed to recover those memories,
Right.
It seems that maybe even the aliens don't have a foolproof system.
Not with humans.
It's almost like waking up during surgery, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not meant to happen.
Mm.
And I think, see, in that case, abductions could be a lot more common than what we actually believe.
Mm-hmm. Although we haven't heard one quite like this, and this was back in the 70s. So I don't think we've heard anything like this in 2017 or 2020.
I don't think too many people could elaborate it as well as this man has with his background as a lawyer and attorney general, and he's had a lot of time to reflect on it as well. And he's
and he'll be at age now. By the looks of those pictures, he's quite old now, and probably doesn't care.
He's elderly now, and do you know what I mean? He's not going to get much. He's not going to get much back from his story and his book, even if it does sell well.
Yep, maybe make it into a movie. Yeah, it would be good.
My wife and I were Christmas shopping, and that's when I turned the corner and saw these storefront mannequins and just had a meltdown.
Yeah.
And
I've heard that before.
She knew at this time I'm having 3 or 4 of these screaming nightmares a year.
Yeah.
And that eventually calmed down to 1 or 2. But she suggested that I talk to a counselor or someone. And I said, look, I'm not going to tell somebody I saw a UFO. I mean, they're going to think I'm delusional.
Yeah.
And she said, well, you don't have to tell them that. Tell them that, you went on this camping trip, something happened, and you woke up sick, and you were hurt somehow, and, just leave that part out. And I thought, you know what, I'll try that. So I did go, and I talked with a licensed therapist. And she gave me a test. I don't know if it's used in the UK or not. It's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, or the MMPI. And it's a test with about 1,000 questions. And the test has been around for 50 years or more. And the validity of the test is well established.
Mm-hmm.
How you answer the questions, can pretty much diagnose what's going on with you. And I was diagnosed as having post-traumatic stress disorder, I had these, I called them intrusive thoughts, where I would be doing something totally unrelated. I'd be in court, I'd be reading a book, I'd be watching television with my wife, and images of this craft would just flash into my mind, without a conscious thought on my end. And they explained to me those are flashbacks, and that's a common symptom of PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
So the diagnosis was PTSD, etiology unknown.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't tie it to a single traumatic event in my life.
Yeah. Taking it forward to now, you started writing your book. When did you start writing your book then? Which
I started assembling the notes in 2014. And I was having some trouble coming to grips with it and really sitting down and doing it. So really 2017 is when I took all the notes. I was methodical throughout this whole process because I didn't know if I was going to be charged with a crime or not. I got just loose leaf binder notebooks like, kids take to school.
Yeah.
And I recorded everything that happened with as much detail as I could make. And I drew a picture of what we saw and recorded everything and filled about 4.5 notebooks. And fortunately, my wife saved those notebooks. And she flew to a storage locker that we have in Michigan and retrieved them and brought them back home. And that gave me the details. My memory was pretty clear, but a lot of the fine details, people were curious, well, how can you remember this stuff so clearly? Well, I didn't actually. I relied on notes that were contemporaneously made, during the event.
Yeah.
And
that adds limited on
I
this,
got to
by
say
the way.
this, that, for the sake of clarity, real quick, I should add that when I went to the emergency room with knee pain, I had a cyst underneath my kneecap. The pain that I had in my knee was in no way affiliated or no way caused by the implants in my leg. That's how they were discovered.
Yeah.
But they weren't the cause of my pain or discomfort. That was a Baker's cyst that resolved on its own.
Yes. Yeah. Now, when you had the X-rays, what type of things did they see in your leg then? Was it just one metal thing, or was there something else there?
There were two things. And I asked the radiologist, I said, look, and I have been in my legal career, I was involved in some medical things, so I'm comfortable around medical people. And having been trained as a medic, I got some knowledge of anatomy and physiology. I'm certainly no physician, but and I said, could I see my X-rays? And he said, sure. And he popped them up on the view box, the first one, and I didn't see it at first. But once he pointed it out, you didn't need a medical degree to see it. It was a square object. I think I sent you a photograph of it.
Yeah.
About the size of a fingernail with 2 wires attached. And those wires go up my leg. And I have no idea how far up they went. And he said that's really the item that caused him to do the examination of my knee looking for a scar. And he was clearly unsettled by the lack of a scar.
Did they take it out of him?
And he said, there's
Wait there.
something else I want to show you. And he showed me the thing that looks like a thing above my knee that looks like electrical device of some kind. That was taken from an X-ray of my leg from the, position head on. What they AP, anterior, posterior.
Yeah.
That was a straight on shot. And then there was a second X-ray where they had my leg bent. and sideways on a plate.
Mm-hmm.
And inside my calf muscle, there's an arrangement of bone that form almost like a floral type pattern.
We
I
saw
think
that
there's
before.
5 of them with like a little dot of tissue in the middle. And he showed me those, and I thought, I was shocked to see that, because I knew that, there are no bones in your calf, the calf of your leg.
Yes.
And I said, well, doctor, what are those? And he says, from the x-ray, they are about the same density as bone tissue. And then he said something funny. He said, but I think not. And I said, what do you mean you think not? And he said, I've never known bone tissue to spontaneously sprout in the middle of a muscle, much less arrange itself in a symmetrical pattern. He said, I've just never seen this before. And that did nothing to put my mind at ease.
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Then the next stage in the story is really October 2017.
It is. Oh, before I get there, I do want to say one thing, and that is that, because people want to know, why didn't you have these things taken out and examined?
Yeah.
And believe me, I wanted them out of my leg. For some reason, the one on top of the leg bothered me more than the one on the bottom. I guess because the ones on the bottom could be bone or something, but the one on top was clearly a manufactured structure. It wasn't anything organic in nature. And I wanted that out of my leg, out of my life. And I wanted it examined, And I went to see some surgeons. And they're like, fine, yeah. They were enthusiastic, actually. They wanted it out to see it. And but because I'd had a heart attack in 2005 and a stent put in my heart in 2011, they said that, that I needed to have a cardiac clearance letter. In other words, a cardiologist has to review and say that I'm healthy enough for the procedure.
Yes.
And I couldn't get anyone to do it. I talked to 3 cardiologists within the VA system, and at great expense, 2 in the civilian system. And no one would give me a cardiac clearance letter. And that's the standard of care. And if you think about it, I guess from their vantage point, it makes sense. If you have these things inside you and they're benign and they're not causing you any trouble, the risk of a surgery outweighs the benefit of having the things removed.
Yes.
So that.
Oh, paused it by mistake. But still they having it removed would actually give us some physical evidence, maybe there.
Well, yeah. The thing is, there's a few question marks here. Surely could have got it done privately.
I don't know. America's a bit strange, isn't it? That might be road of being sued. But if you sign a document saying you're not going to sue them if something goes wrong, they should be quite happy to take it out of them. I don't know. It seems a bit fishy to me. All this paperwork.
Yes, it does. Dr. Scalers, he's starting to ask a few questions about this case now. This is the part basically where I started asking a few questions myself, but let it go. There's no point me and you blabbing on, because story's going to unfold.
That's why they remained in my leg.
Yeah.
Until later, and I'll get to now. Let's fast forward to October 2017. I'm writing my book, and I have it nearly finished, and and tried to be as true to all the facts as possible. And I was considering going to Mexico and having a Mexican surgeon remove the thing above my knee.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd actually talked to a surgeon down there and sent him the x-rays. And he said, yeah, cardiac clearance letter, come on down, I'll do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And we were making plans for that, actually. And this night, my wife and I had been to a movie, and we didn't see anything, UFO related or science fiction related. I don't know what we saw. It may have been a comedy. We watched a motion picture, came home, got home. What's late for us, about 11 in the evening. And, I locked up the house like I normally do and set the alarm and went to bed.
Yeah.
And a few hours later, I woke up. I opened my eyes and I'm sitting bolt upright in my living room. Now, I've never sleepwalked in my life. And I'm confused about where I'm at and why I'm there.
Yeah.
Remote control.
And then I felt that familiar feeling of calm wash over me again. I saw seated across from me a petite Asian woman dressed in black with a black wig and black glasses.
Oh, no,
Sturdy
not the woman in black.
like nursing shoes with about a 2-inch heel to add some height to her. And those were black as well. And she had long sleeves to cover 4 long fingers.
That's really strange for a nurse.
And this wig was kind of
Normally
askew
all
on her
white.
head, and it looked ridiculous. And
Yeah, but
when I saw her,
This is
like I said, I
Adrian's
wasn't
fault.
panic. I never thought to trip
It's
the
not in
alarm or
hospital.
grab a firearm or do anything of the sort. And I had the thought, are you here about the thing in my leg? And she fired back at me telepathically and said, yes, I am. That's the reason that I'm here.
Mm.
And I had the thought cross my mind, I wish she would remove those glasses. And she did so immediately. And on closer inspection, I could see she was not a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the way she was dressed, she could have probably walked the streets of London or Manchester and not drawn a second look.
Mm-hmm.
But, on close inspection, you could see that she was not human. And the wig is sitting on her head askew because there's this bulbous back part of her skull that's too big for the wig.
Yeah.
Mm.
And she looked familiar. And, I had memories of being taken as a child. And I recognized her. As a child, I called her Sue.
Oh, no,
there was
Susan.
when I'm between the ages of 4 and 7, they used to periodically take me. And I remembered her.
Susanita.
She looked familiar. As a matter of fact, it crossed my mind, my God, it's good to see you again. And she fired back, it's good to see you, Terry.
I mean, she's eating her hamburger.
And, I might make a point, and there's a good reason why human beings don't communicate telepathically. And that is we're not ready to do that yet. We're not about to that level. I had the thought, she knows my thoughts. What if I think of something inappropriate? What if I think of something that makes her angry?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the second I had that thought, every single combination of anything that was inappropriate flashes through my mind.
Yep.
And I have no control over it.
Yeah.
And she looks a bit embarrassed, actually, and says, Terry, you can control your thoughts and keep some of them private. Now, I don't know if that's true or if that was said to put me at ease, but it did somewhat.
Yeah.
And she said the thing above your knee was placed there by, she said, my host, Hosts.
Mm-hmm.
A host, can be a noun like the host of a dinner party, or it could be a verb, like if you host a dinner party by
Yep.
creating one, putting one on. And
Well, it
I
could be
just thought it was an odd
a
use
worm.
of words. And she picked up on that. And she said, you call them aliens. I call them my host because they're not alien to me.
Right.
Which I thought was kind of a poetic way of saying that I know these things.
Yeah.
These entities, I know them. And she said that they will not allow you to have this thing removed from your leg and have it fall into the hands of terrestrial scientists.
Damn.
She said that simply cannot happen. And my
what
thought
happens
was,
when he dies?
well, how are they going to stop me?
Hmm.
And she fired back and said, they'll come and they'll retrieve it in the middle of the night. And she said, and they won't hurt you in the least, but they'll take back their property. And the next thing I know, I wake up and it's in the morning, and I'm in bed. And I wrote all this down, what I could remember, because I knew it wasn't a dream. And 3 weeks later, I woke up with this terrible pain in the top of my legs, both legs.
Yeah.
The bruising would come later, but that morning when I woke up, I had these puncture marks at the top of my leg, one on top of each. Now, the implants were down near my knee, so I had no idea why they would put the puncture thing up top. But of course, I don't know how far up my leg those wires went either.
Yes.
The things below my knee are still there, have been untouched. I've had them tested, and they are magnetic. They have a magnetic field around them. So I don't know what they are, but they're still in me.
Yeah.
So I told my wife, I woke up that morning in pain, and she said, what happened to you? And I said, I think I know what happened to me. I think they came and they got their merchandise last night.
Mm.
And I said, I need to find an x-ray. I need somebody to give me an x-ray. I want to know. So I had some copies of my x-rays on just on paper, on copy paper. I took them with me, and I drove
Makes you
around.
wonder how they know everything.
You can't go to a radiology. There are freestanding radiology clinics, but they won't x-ray you on request. You need a doctor's prescription, a doctor's note.
Yes, a reference, yes.
I went to a chiropractor's office, and I didn't have an appointment, and I waited to see the doctor. And finally, after about 45 minutes, and he was very busy, he called me back and he said, okay, where do you hurt? And I said, well, I hurt here at the top of my legs. And he looked, and I had these copies of x-rays in my hands. Now, I knew or know the chiropractors look at x-rays, 100 a week.
Got some music coming up. Yes, we should be wrapping up soon, actually. 3:30.
We've got to go straight to the end now, Paul. For God's sakes, you can't wrap it up now.
But I want to see your x-ray. And the only thing I ask is that you not use my name or my clinic's name in your book. And I said, fair. Now, this guy, he's either had an experience himself, or in the course of what he does, he's seen other people and knows that this is a real phenomenon, because he was not skeptical in the least. He was 100% empathetic. And I got the x-ray and took it home and my wife and I put it up against the window, and sure enough, the thing above my knee and lateral is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I dropped the x-rays off at his office, and he called me that evening, and he asked me, he says, well, did you see your x-rays? And I said, well, I did. I see that the object is gone. And he says, well, did you see that they left you something? And I said, no. And he said, and I got a copy of the x-ray later. I would get a copy. But he said, parallel to my femur, there are two tiny wires, about a centimeter long, about a quarter-inch long or a little longer. And they're lying next to one another. At first glance, they look like one object, but if you look close, or if you use a magnifying glass, you can see they are two tiny wires separated by just the fraction of a millimeter. And I said, Doctor, if these beings are so far evolved, if they're so much above us intellect-wise, how could they be so inept as to leave these two wires in my body? And he said, kind of with authority, he said, they're not inept. He said, they just gave you an upgrade. He said, they took out the 2017 model and left you with the 1977 model they took out and left you with the new 2017 version. He said, I don't believe they do anything on accident.
Mm-hmm.
So those two little wires are still in my leg. It's almost like I wish I hadn't seen them on the X-ray. And I have no thought of having them removed. It is what it is. I think if I tried to have them removed, I think they'd intervene again in some way. So, I'm just going to live with it. But, I want to tell the story because I think the world should know that this stuff is real. Yeah. I think that's important because they're going to become known someday.
Yes.
And people need to be prepared for that because that day is coming.
Mm.
I believe that day of disclosure is coming. I don't know if it'll be in my lifetime or after, but eventually it's going to be there.
Yeah. Now, the next step is 2018, when in March your book Incident at Devil's Den is published, and we will give a mention of it later on, but it's available on Amazon in paperback, Kindle, and audiobook. The book was published, and what happened after the book was published?
A lot of strange things. First of all, and the book really took off. I sold an awful lot of books, and it was an Amazon bestseller. It still bounces back and forth out of the top 100 in genre, out of 37,000. And I'm grateful for that. It sounds cliche. It really does. It sounds like something out of a movie, but it's swear to God that it's true. And that is that I had these helicopters flying over my home. And they usually came between 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning. And at that time of day, my field of view was limited to about 180 degrees due to the placement of the sun and a large tree in my front yard. Mm-hmm. So I could see these helicopters go around, my house and then back and then turn around, come out of the sun and continue to make loops. And sometimes they got very close, and sometimes they would just hover above my house. And, and my wife is like, what, did they reroute the traffic chapter or something? What is up with this? And my neighbors are like, these helicopters seem to be, centered over your home for some reason. What's going on?
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know, but I'm going to find out. So I went out and I started photographing them and cataloging them by make and model. I'm fortunate to have a good friend. He's a very gifted psychic. He's a professor of history at Citrus College in Glendora, California. And he's about my age. And he waited until he was about my age to release the fact to the public and admit that he has lived a life as a psychic. But he's also, before he went to grad school, was a helicopter pilot in the United States Army. Mm-hmm. And he's married to a woman who is a helicopter flight instructor. So I told him about these helicopters. He said, well, send me what you got. And I sent him all these photographs. And he noticed, well, first of all, he was able to categorize the make and model of each aircraft. And there were, Robertson R-22, Robertson R-44s, Airbus 350s, and an assortment of military helicopters.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got some good photographs, and there are no numbers, and I looked up the law under the
Stop
Federal
it,
Aviation
Paul.
Administration, and the law clearly states that if you register a helicopter in the United States, it must display the alphabetical character N, followed by a numerical stream
I don't have
that
helicopters.
identifies that particular craft.
Yes.
None of these aircraft had any numbers, writings, any markings visible whatsoever. The other thing that they had was what my friend Bruce referred to as a strange light anomaly. There is even though it's bright sunshine in daytime, there's a light shining either from the tail or from underneath the craft. And he said that doesn't belong there. And like the photograph of the Airbus 350 had some fins on the back of the tail, and the rotor system was not stock. It was custom made somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And it at first it was almost fun.
Yeah.
I'd run out, I'd take photographs. My neighbors are taking photographs, but after a while, it started to really wear on us. And I knew that the idea was to intimidate, and I wasn't going to be intimidated, but I guess eventually I was. And my wife and I sold that home and moved. And we moved about 8 miles away. And the first night in our new home, I knew that they'd be back. I knew that, wherever we went, they'd make themselves known. And sure enough, on the morning of our first night in our new house, at 9 a.m. on the dot, I heard the familiar thump, 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 thump. I jumped out of bed. I ran outside with my phone. And right 400 feet over our house is this enormous olive drab helicopter right over us. And as soon as I run out of my house and it sees me and I see it, it peels off and leaves. And I think that was their way of saying, we got our eye on you. We know where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
But that activity has died down.
Yeah.
And it's a rare occasion now that I see one. But occasionally, I'll have one follow me in my car.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also seen some, when I was blowing up these photographs of these helicopters looking for some type of identifier, I often find UFOs in the picture with them. And that was shocking. And then there were several occasions where I could see with my naked eye a saucer-like craft.
Yeah.
And I photographed one. I was coming home from a doctor's office about 10 miles from my home. And I've got a dozen pictures of it, including one where it's sitting above my home, stationary for a few seconds. And I happened to get a picture of it. And, that's kind of a new thing just in the past year. I've always seen, strange things in the sky, but to see one of these things so clearly, that's new.
Yeah. Since then, there was a TV program last November, I believe, Travel Channel.
Yes, November 4th, they filmed me for a show called My Horror Story. And it's on YouTube, or you can go online and find it. And they did a fairly good job. It's a little bit dramatized. It's in my own words.
I haven't
mostly.
seen that one.
Of course, you can't in a 20-minute segment fill in all the details.
Yes.
But yeah, and A&E, the television network here, is coming to my home the third week in March next month, about 30 days from now.
Yeah.
Or less, and they're bringing a film crew to my home.
That'll be about now, wouldn't it?
There's an investigator here named Lou Elizondo, who used to work for the federal government and was in charge of the ATIP program, the Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program.
Yeah.
And he called me up shortly after my book was published. He, Tom DeLong, and some other people that are well known in the UFO community and affiliated with To the Stars Academy. And Lou came out and spent 2 days with me. And I told him my story, and I'm going to retell it to A&E here in a few weeks.
Yeah.
And the program should be on Lou Elizondo's show, The Unidentified.
Yeah.
So we've got that coming up.
And you've also got an option on your book for a movie, which may or may not happen in the way of movies, but there's a possibility that may be starting to go into production sometime in 3 years' time, January 2023. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to see that, but the nature of that industry, I think it's a long shot.
Yes.
To be honest with you. So I'm not holding my breath.
Not holding your breath. Yeah. Now, just sort of drawing some strands together, you seem to be implying you think that Earth-based, possibly US-based people, institutions, the military, are not only aware of the UFOs, for want of a better word, but may well be working with them, collaborating with them, because you mentioned you thought you saw Earth-type people as crew on the ship you were on, and just now you've been talking about the blacked-out helicopters apparently being accompanied by UFOs.
I have a theory, and I laid that out in my book. I don't know if I articulate it well, but, I think there are three possibilities here. I think that we could be working shoulder to shoulder with extraterrestrial beings towards some kind of shared agenda. Then I think also, or in the alternative, it could be a quid pro quo where they give us technology, and in return, we give them the license to take a limited number of people for whatever reason per year, and cattle. And the third option, or third alternative, is that these things happen. We know they happen, but we have absolutely no control.
Yeah.
And I'm inclined to think it's the latter. But I don't know. I know there were human beings aboard that ship.
But if they're all that powerful, they could just take whatever they want, right? And I don't know, that why would you need your agreement in that case? It's like you said, like a human versus ants on the ground. Are you there, Robert? You still there? Are you muted or something? Can't hear you.
Sorry, Paul. I don't know. I did not mute that, but it was muted. No, it's absolutely ridiculous that we're complaining of aliens to, swap technology.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Claiming a few human abductions or a few cattle. No, it's just ludicrous. And I don't know who the hell can believe that. I think you've got to be off your flaming rocker. I think you belong in a flaming institution if you believe there's some kind of
any way you'd
cousin
believe that.
between aliens and the government. Load of bollocks. I don't think the government know anything more about this than what we do. Oh, they may know a little bit more.
Unless other aliens are given technology for detecting them and able to shoot them down. That's the only possibility. But then why would you want to? But then why would you want to work with the evil aliens? Give them body parts or humans to play around with. I just don't see it. They maybe humans somehow have worked out how to detect them and cripple them somehow with microwaves or something. I don't know. Who knows? It's very slim.
Exactly.
It's very slim.
What's the point in speculating? No. There's no like government alien agreement. That's
well, we haven't really benefited from any technology, from what I see, anyway.
No, nor can I. We're still using dumb old chemical fireworks to get out of the atmosphere. Yeah. I mean, what was it that ridiculous Grenada agreement where Eisenhower supposedly met in the 60s with the aliens? I can't remember what base it was now. I don't know the case off by hand because I just wrote it off as bullshit as soon as I seen it. It's complete. But hey, man, come on, let's finish off with this.
Are we back? I think we're back.
Hello.
Yeah, that thing where we got cut off happened again. I had to unplug the USB headset and restart the mixer. Oh, well, at least know how to fix it anyway. Cool. Just as you finish, it went click and I thought you turned off your mic, and then I saw the error message pop up on the screen. Let me just restart that. I think it's Windows trying to do an update in the background all the time. It's doing something. You probably wouldn't have heard me because I was restarting. Okay, might have him back. Yeah, I thought it was very strange when I heard the click sound and I thought you'd muted yourself, but that wasn't the case. Then I saw the error message pop up. What happened? Don't know. Same thing that happened when we first started the live stream. It's got to be something new to do with Windows 10. That's all I can say. And we might just have to put up with it. I could get it going really quickly, as you can see.
I don't know if they were human beings from our world or some other world. I don't know.
And the other thing that's interesting, and you have sent me photos, and we will be putting the photos up on our website, is the Devil's Den today, because you make the point when we were exchanging emails that this clearance in the middle of the woods is still a clearance. It's in the middle of nowhere, and somebody 40 years later still appears to be keeping it clear and having cut and mowed it, and there's no trees there, whereas normally 40 years that whole area would be thick in saplings, trees and the like.
I never bothered to look on Google Earth because I just made the assumption that this place would be covered with 40-year-old mature trees by now.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. Like you said, it's clear cut. I had and it's triangular shaped. I described it in my book as being horseshoe shaped, but it's difficult from the ground to make that kind of
Yeah.
that kind of, you don't have the
We saw the
benefit
map
of an aerial
location
view.
before.
And but that's definitely the spot.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
on my Facebook page, Incident at Devil's Den, I had a landscaper from Alabama send me a message and say, I've looked at this and I can see clear marks from tractor tires. And he says that's mowed by tractor.
Yeah.
And, there's not a paved road leading up there.
Yeah.
It's still just a dirt and gravel road.
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
saw
looking on
we
one
saw-
of the, I don't know, it's a Google Earth picture.
We saw before that it was quite a dense forest in this patch in the middle that's got a triangle shape to it. It's nicely mowed. And it's not a camping site, is it? From what I saw. But anyway.
No, it was off the main
It
camping site.
Yeah.
looks as if there's the sort of circular marks that a tractor makes when it's when a mower makes when it's cleaning an area around. Yes.
and I asked myself why. Why would
Yes.
the Bureau? Why would the federal government pay for the gas and a tractor and the labor expense for 40 years to cut this thing? And I think because it's a landing pad.
Yeah.
It's the only conclusion.
What about you going forward? You've mentioned the filming and the movie and various other things. Are you doing any more research, or have you more to the point, have you had any more unusual incidents?
I had an unusual incident on April 16th of 2019. I have a iPhone that has what's called a health app on it.
Mm-hmm.
It measures the steps and the distance that you walk or the flights of stairs that you climb.
Yes.
And I believe I sent copies of that to you.
Yes.
And on April 16th of 2019, I woke up at 5:55 a.m. and I was out of breath. I was short of breath. I was sweating. My pulse was through the roof. I told my wife, I think I'm having a heart attack, although I had no chest pain.
Mm-hmm.
So she called an ambulance, and ambulance got there. My blood pressure was like 220 over 110. And they took me to hospital and did all the routine things they do for a cardiac patient, cardiac enzymes, EKG, chest x-ray, all those things. And came to the conclusion, while I was there, my pulse rate drops back to normal, my blood pressure returns to normal, and I feel fine.
Mm-hmm.
So they kept me there for observation for about 6 hours and then said, we don't know what you experienced, but whatever it is, it's over now. They thought it could be a panic attack, although they couldn't explain how I could have a panic attack while sleeping.
Yeah.
But, so I got home that evening, and I make an effort to walk 1.5 miles every day.
Yeah.
And about 7:30 that evening, I told my wife, I feel well enough. I'm going to go walk around the block and get a little exercise. And I pulled out my health app, and I saw that I had climbed 6 flights of stairs.
Yes.
And I thought, wait a minute. We live in a ranch house in Texas. There are no stairs.
So we've heard all this before.
And I looked at that again, and I looked at the time. And the time is 5:24 a.m.
Yeah.
I climbed these 6 flights of stairs. At that time, I was sound asleep in bed with my wife, or so I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting.
And then I looked.
Maybe that lost time and business of the clocks I had with 11:25, and every time I would wake up it would be 5:25, and the clock would say 11:25. His is 5:24. I wonder if there's anything in that.
Looked at the graph, and if you look at the graph,
I don't know, but it could
Yeah.
be faked.
the Y side, the vertical
Yeah,
index,
but still, it's funny that
indicates
time
height,
is the
with
same
each
time
block
as his.
representing 10 feet. And then the bottom axis that goes across from left to right indicates the passage of time. Yeah, so normally I would climb stairs. I would see as I climb stairs, I don't run up them. As I climb stairs, time passes, and I end up with this stair step type of configuration on my iPhone. I took it to my mobile carrier and to Apple and had it tested. Nothing wrong with the phone. Phone test out just fine. And the lady at Apple told me, she says, well, this is just curious. It looks like between 5:23 and 5:24 a.m., you were 60 feet over your home. And, I've got medical bills from the ambulance and the hospital to prove my assertion about April 16th, 2019. And I think they took me.
Yeah.
I have no memory. I have no memory, no nightmares, no anything, and would not known it had happened. The reason that phone registered that information is because I have it in a case that supposedly makes it safe to carry in your breast pocket of your shirt without hurting your heart.
Yeah.
And I sleep with a T-shirt with a pocket, and I normally sleep with that in my pocket, hooked up to some headphones, and I listen to music. It's how I go to sleep. And when I woke up that morning, it had been unplugged from the wall or ripped out of the wall, and my headphones were on my chest. And I didn't give that a lot of attention because I was more concerned at the time about my health.
Yes.
But so that's the reason that the phone could register that, because it was on my person.
There's really no answer to that. Well, you think you know what happened on that?
I could have hypnotic regression maybe recover what happened. I'm just not sure I'm ready to do that yet.
No, I can well understand.
I think it's at the end there, mate.
Yeah, it's more or less at the end. Okay. Okay, so they're smart enough to remove that implant, but they're not smart enough to think, ooh, we're leaving evidence on his smartphone.
Or they don't care.
Or they don't. Well, they seem to care about the implant, didn't they?
Didn't he say it was an upgrade, though? It's not actually been removed, it's been upgraded. So it means it's like it's scaled down from a capacitor down to a microchip.
Yes, that's what his physician, he claims, said to him. Now, where's this physician's testimony? We don't have his testimony, do we? Where did he get those
X-rays?
You know the original X-rays. Who's to back them up and say that they actually belong to him?
And they haven't been doctored. Of course, with a square block would probably be easy to do in Photoshop.
Photoshopped.
Yeah, it's a really good story, but yeah, I just don't know.
Do you know what? I'll tell you something. Yeah, this guy, if he's lying, is a better storyteller than Bob Flaming Lazar.
That's true, and he's also better at it than the guy that we looked at yesterday, Ronnie Dawson.
Because he's managed to avoid all kinds of criticism. He hasn't lied about his background or anything like that. So this story seems to have held up to a point, but there's just in this last part of it, there's a few red flags for me anyway.
I don't know. His story seems to come across in the most believable I've heard anyway.
Yeah, I know. I think he's just a fantastic orator, and we'll just finish off with this, and I'll show you a little bit more evidence then, and it'll just be a quick look, and we'll finish off with this case.
It's
and
now
we'll do
4 hours on. Susan said about being 5 hours. I think she ain't going to be far wrong. But anyway, carry on.
No, it won't
Are
be far. It
there
won't be
any other
long now.
aspects of the story you'd like to mention? I'm conscious of the time.
That event of April 16th, 2019, was kind of a big event. We moved from that home in June, just a couple months later. I can't say that I've had anything of substance really happen, other than occasionally our car will be followed.
Yeah.
By a glowing orb or a disc or something. Now that's
That
still
sounds
going
like
on.
Vern, that does.
Just a few weeks back, I drove back from Houston back to Dallas, which is about a 4-hour drive,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a weird square object, ducking in and out of the clouds that followed us all the way home. So I don't know the reason. I don't know why some people
Square object, man. I wish
were
you did it on
chosen
camera.
or picked for this.
Yeah, we've got it.
Certainly no honor.
Paul?
I know sometimes I'll see something in the sky and
What do you mean? We ain't got the square object in the sky following behind his car. He hasn't filmed that.
Look, I've got the best photos. Just play this to the end, for crying out loud, lad.
my wife can't see it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Grumpy,
It's a mystery, and maybe beyond my ability to comprehend.
No, it's very mysterious. And I say the apparent linkage between Earth-based, for the want of a better word, men in black and the aliens does sound very, very mysterious, doesn't it?
It certainly is.
I think then on that note, Terry, we say thank you very much for your time. That has been a fascinating...
Game over, man. Man, that was long.
Yeah, it was long, but it was worth doing because it's supposedly one of the best cases out there of alien abduction.
So you got some other links to go?
Yeah, we've got one more link to go, and we just need to have a quick look and discuss. Okay.
I'll try. It might be too big, is it?
No, not that. Just scroll down. Now, whoa, go back up, please, Paul.
Where?
Yeah, I can't see now. Okay, listen, the big thing is here, he's doing a regular tour now. So he is making money out of this. Now, when you're doing a tour, there's one thing you kind of need to do, kind of helps, and that's have a little bit more information every time.
Says he completed a bachelor degree in psychology as well.
Have you got the right one here?
Well, that's what he gave me. Midnight in the Desert.
Oh, yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. What you need to do is scroll down to the photos.
All right. But what I'm pointing out here, he's got a bachelor degree in psychology, which means he might be a good storyteller.
Yeah, could well be. But I'll tell you something else. Yeah, to make up a story like that, he would also had to have quite a deep understanding of abduction stories and ufology. But that's not impossible for someone of his caliber.
So what have we got? Helicopter.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's going to be the UFO flying, which could be just a seagull or bug.
Yeah.
Unless it's on video camera, a photograph doesn't really add much. Does it?
You see, totally inconclusive, isn't it?
That's right. It's not really much of a helicopter either, is it? It looks like a farmer's helicopter, the little bubble B one, not a military type one.
It looks like a private helicopter, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be, or a farmer's helicopter. So there's the triangle patch. Unusual.
Which isn't a triangle at all, really, is it?
No, but it's got a strange row of trees going into the middle there, which is kind of odd as well. Yeah, but why would they mow that chunk in the middle there? Yeah, it's kind of weird. And what else we got? Oh, yeah, we saw that earlier. The transmitter.
Yeah.
No, this is a bone in the muscle. Now we know that muscle.
Yeah, it's in the calf. Yeah.
Yeah, I know DNA in muscle can be told to turn into bone. Maybe we talked about it before, or I've looked into it before.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the transmitter with the 2 wires going up. And what do we got here? A helicopter again. Let's have a look at this one. That one looks like a police helicopter, is it?
It does look like a police helicopter.
Mm-hmm. And what else we got? Possibly.
I mean, helicopters come over my house all the time, Paul. So I live on the coastline.
And they got a cloud here that they're trying to say it's a UFO. So that's a bit suspect there.
Yeah, and they're just going out to sea. They're not mugging me because I'm approaching the UFO project. They're just doing the normal exercises. And I mean, you have to ask how close this was to a military base anyway.
So he used to be chubby and now he's skinny.
Do you know, I think the guy is just a little bit suave for me. There's just something about the way he puts a story over that.
Yeah, it's a good story, but
and you know, it's a fantastic story, and I'm not completely putting it to bed, but I've got a few issues with it, to be honest.
What's that we're looking at?
There's one thing I did not realise, and
top of his legs, is it? Yeah,
just let me finish this one, Paul. Here we may miss this. Terry Lovelace continues to write, and is a frequent speaker at UFO events.
Yeah, sounds a bit like Travis Walton, though, doesn't it?
Paul, you just, when you speak over me like that, you're just knocking me out. You can't hear what I'm saying. Just let me finish, Paul, and you can say what you like then. So Terry Lovelace continues to write and is a frequent speaker at UFO events. And his story was filmed for Strange Curiosity, a television documentary by Nine Diamond Production Company. You see, there's a whole lot of money coming in here.
Unless it's not going to his pocket, maybe he's doing it for free. You just don't know. But how did he's got enough qualifications here. He must have his own regular job, right? What does it say? Currently law school, so he's got to be a lawyer, right, or something? Is he?
He's a lawyer, and he was an assistant attorney general. We've been
got to be getting
before,
a good salary for that. That's a good salary, right?
Yeah, he's retired now. He'd be on a good pension. Yes, you'd have thought so. But what happens with a lot of these people? It's the attention side of it, you know.
Mind you did have another witness that hasn't come forward. I suppose if the other witness did come forward, that would.
No, apparently the other witness is dead. That's another side of the story, which we didn't have time to do. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So he's never spoken out.
So that sort of makes it go backwards a wee bit for me then, in that case.
Exactly.
You won't get the person to confess before they die. So he still could be a disinfo agent then. But we might see more.
Whatever it is, he's teamed up with TTSA now.
That's what I was just going to say. He's going to show up on TV soon, so we're about to just reassess him then, I guess. So that's the end, I suppose, of this bit. But yeah, he's no different than Travis Walton, but he's more believable. Everybody thinks Travis Walton's great, but when you start looking at his all the bits of information
Yeah.
that they don't tell you,
Yeah.
that he actually did
Yeah.
fail some lie detector tests, and he was sick in his truck
Yeah.
all day before the event happened, and they did a different road to what they normally use, and all this sort of other factors. He starts to get a bit more suspect of it, even if he's a nice southern fellow or whatever he is.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, I tried to my best over the last week to dig up some slurs on Toby Lovelace, and it's quite hard work. There's nobody really contradicting what he's saying.
Yeah, but that's the same with Travis.
It's just that, I find that implant disappearing for an upgrade to be a little bit difficult,
Yeah.
and I really thought that he wasn't part of the conferences until I was having quite a look now, and yeah, he's also appeared on the Jimmy Church show, which is oh god, that's a red flag in itself, because he's he's inclined to bring. I mean, he's brought people on like Clivey Good and David Wilcox, and I mean, he still brings on the likes of Linda
It'd be like
Moulton
if Travis Walton
Richard
or
Dolan.
him. It'd be
Richard
like
Dolan was on the
if
show.
him and Travis Walton went on the Tyler Security show and Third Phase of the Moon straight away, I'd say, well, no, they've got to be fakes then. That's the only reason I'd know if they would be true fakes is if they start promoting them there. So like Corey Corbell and Lazar and all those, and Greer, we know they've been on those shows at these channels. We know instantly they're frauds. But yeah, we need to do the.
So Vector, who's stuck through this story throughout, fair play to him. He's saying believable. Question mark. Do you know what? Yeah, let's go to the Farmers Factometer Index.
Bar chart, yep.
Yes, well. 1 being mundane, 5 being exotic, maybe alien. Do you know what? After looking through it all, I'm only giving him 2. 2 sheeps. Yeah.
Not even a home run with the ramp, huh?
Nah.
I think 2 now we got to the end. There's either going to be a 2 or 3 there for me as well. So I don't know. What's the guys out there on the side chat think?
Yeah.
5.
I'm so,
or 1.
I'm so sorry to lead you down a merry path of thinking this might have been a really good case, and then having to come to that conclusion. But I think, as we like to think with Serious UFO Channel, we have to look at all these cases, and whether the conclusion is good or bad, I think we need to look at them, and yeah, of course, make your own decision.
Yeah. Yeah, not too sure what they're saying on the side here. We've got 8 people still watching. What's the votes
well,
on...
I can tell you one thing now, Vector. I know people who've had genuine abduction experiences, and they just don't.
Why is it not coming up?
They just don't put it over as well as what this guy does.
No missing blanks, you know. He could
Paul,
say
initially he could. With all that crap.
Initially, he said the story like no missing. If he said this is what I remembered to start with back in the 70s, and since then I've done hypnosis and the missing blanks are this, that would be more believable to me. Where's Susan? Susan there. What did you give it, Susan? She's normally when we said 5, she said 1 or 2, didn't she? So what she think of this one? I suppose she's fallen asleep. all that burger and fries in there, I'd say. Recorded my movements. Okay, maybe she's been abducted. She's not listening, I don't think. What's Jinso Crash saying? I always keep reading it as Ginger. Yeah.
Let me say it. Yeah. The thing is, anyone who's a good speaker and has listened to enough of the I think he means topics, can concoct an interesting, maybe lucrative story. Agreed. 100% agreed. Jinzo, excellent comment. You know, the guy's just, he reminds me of Lazar, totally. A fantastic story. Only he's got some evidence, but can that evidence be corroborated? Well, let's see, because we just cannot go off a fairy tale, can we? And sure, that there's every chance he's read up. It would only take 1 year of taking a deep dive into ufology and abductions.
Yeah.
And of course,
Susan's giving it a 4.
Susan's giving it a 4.
I think she missed out on the last bits that we're talking about.
Maybe so. Yeah, maybe so.
So why I like shows like Ghost Adventures, where an event triggers a camera, a SLS camera. Is that the one with the stick figures on it? Personal experience, EMF, meter, all the same moment. Yeah. I don't trust the stick creature thing, because we know that's interpreting heat patches as person's joint movements and stuff. But yeah, the EMF meter going off is a strange one, and also temperature changes, and also what else do they have at the same time?
I don't know what you're talking about now, to be honest.
Yeah, Robert doesn't watch the ghost hunting shows like we do.
It's a TV show. It's a TV show.
No, they got some really good evidence. When you have all the gear going off.
No evidence. They've never got any evidence.
Yes, they have. You just got to watch it.
Well, if you want to base your research on TV shows, well, damn good luck with that.
Yeah, we know there's some problems with some of the methods they use, like the torches with the contacts. I've debunked that. They just turn off and on by themselves, even without any ghost present. And the stick images can be misinterpreted. But yeah, you can't sort of debunk some of the clear EVs they get, but a lot of the ones I hear, I just hear different words or static noises. I don't hear what they hear. And some of the stuff they see on the screen, I don't always see, unless you got a 50-inch screen, I suppose, on 4K quality. You know, because I normally watch on laptop. I want to believe, but more important, I want to know the truth. Oh, well. Maybe you need to write your own movie scripts. Combine all the good stuff that we cover and turn it into a great movie. Or maybe a TV series. Because people out there are terrible at writing current stuff at the moment. But aren't they meant to be redoing Dark Skies? Isn't the guy trying to crowdfund that or doing something at the moment? Or was he just trying to rehash the old series with new improvements? I didn't quite understand Mutton's show there at the end. In the end, I sort of lost track of what was going on. But yeah, we need some new sci-fis. We need some more decent UFO shows. None of the crap that we've got at the moment. There's plenty of paranormal, but not many UFO stuff, you know. Anyway, we better wrap up, I guess. Okay, we can close that one down now, is it?
Yeah.
Was any last things you want to say?
Yeah, I suppose there's. I mean, what started out as a really good case, I just felt it deteriorated in the last quarter, where I honestly believe you went a little bit too far with his made-up story.
I think most of the ones that are less believable do that, right? We've listened to Ronnie Dawson.
Yeah.
He seemed to have
Well-
everything from portals to stargates, and then that Dolly, the sheep woman, what's her name? Dolly, the whatever. She sort of knew everything and everybody, and Elon Musk, and yeah, it wasn't believable
Yeah.
whatsoever.
But I honestly think that guy
Attention
was
seeking.
Yeah. Okay, going back to Sergio Lovelace now, I honestly think that guy was intellectually very well equipped. I'm highly suspicious now that the guy has hoaxed the whole thing. It's just a story, and it's going to remain like that until there's any concrete evidence. Now, I know with ghosts and stuff, I seen, and I know they were there, and I've got no physical evidence to bring back to the table, but I know what I've seen. But I don't know that with things going missing from your anatomy and all that kind of thing, and it was such an elaborate story, and it went on far too long. I mean, I just say to Vector now, if he's still here, if you want to hear what I think is a genuine abduction story, have a listen back to that lad's story. Was it Kaji midweek episode that you done, Paul, and listen back to Shelley's, and also listen back to another one with Stan from Wales, although that's a pseudonym, but nevertheless, they're I mean they're all genuine abduction stories on our channel.
Yeah. And you just have to watch the body language and the emotions for Shelley anyway.
Oh God, yeah.
But we couldn't get that for Corey, because he didn't want to go on video to start with. So yeah, you just sort of got to break people into it. I said, we'll just try initial thing to see how it goes, and we normally have to do a second one as well normally, and have other people on, like Earl Grey, hopefully. With Corey will be quite good one to do, and hopefully we get face pictures. So you can read a lot from the face picture, 1-to-1. Hypnosis, that would be really, really good too, wouldn't it? Actually watch a hypnosis session in real time. That would be a really good thing to be able to get going, but probably won't happen for us. Just be like passive watchers, like through a mirror glass while he's being hypnotized, and he can't hear what we're talking about, and just watch it. Here we go, and if you believe it or not, but lie detector test would be another good one, but we know that Travis Walton had to figure out how to beat it with weed and cough syrup. I think is one of the formulas anyway that we can sort of relax enough to get conclusive or not be detected. But yeah, but apparently didn't he list which questions he would answer as well on most of those, from what I heard?
Well, that's not a good start, is it?
Yeah, it's got to be random questions. You let it be, ask anything you want.
Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be fun when Unidentified starts, isn't it? And Alessandro Rojas is back with the band now. He's doing his own stuff, and I seem to be welcome to the live chat on that. But I know I'm on kind of.
Yeah, I saw that. You got a badge of honour.
Yeah, that won't last long if I speak out of turn, Paul. I'm on probation, I can tell you. Yeah, but we did have a little chat, and he was quite civil about it. And he said the only reason I didn't want to let you in was because I thought you caused trouble and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I can't help myself. If I see something wrong, I'm gonna say it. Do you know what I mean? I just can't help not doing that. It's the way I am.
Yeah, maybe we should.
Yeah, we should wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah, I got Space Invaders going. Maybe do the cool bell thing at the end here, and then wrap off. Let's just put it into a minimum screen to start with. Yeah, so just get cool bell, which is kind of funny. It sounds like him too. Just to give a plug to the channel and just wind off now. So thanks for everybody joining us, and if you're on Discord, we'll be on there and during the week as well. So hopefully, I'll be doing a couple more. Hopefully, I'll be doing a couple more episodes in midweek to see how I go. I want to redo my AI thing, but it's been some strange things today, and yet when I did yesterday, it was just perfect running. But anyway, cool bell. You coming up? Here it comes. Hopefully.
Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker of all time. Since filming with Bob Lazar, I have had to change my identity to Jimmy L. Dummel. You can call me Dumb for short. I did this super great movie called The Skinwalker. But really it was 99% Nap's work repackage, hey. Anyhow, I just have to shameless plug the best UFO channel on the web, the Out There channel, so show him some support. Just simply giving a thumbs up for a like on today's show helps a lot, in posting comments on videos and watching some of the older videos. And if you're loaded with cash and like to help cover costs and buy new gear to keep the channel going, I show you how to find the links now. Visit his About tab. There you can find his direct PayPal for one-off payments, or his Patreon to be a monthly supporter from as low as $1. And if you like his cool logos and funny artwork on a tee or hoodie, there's a Merc link. I love that back graphic for Black Ops logo, recently added. Also watch out, to moderator in the side chat will post some quick links for you and other useful stuff from time to time during the live events.
Okay, good
See
night,
ya
everybody.
later, UFO and alien fans. Dum tea do dum tea pay.
It should come up and look. There's the CPU going. Not too bad. What's that saying? You got cookies. Oh, right, they must be on the thing. I should have taken over by now. Let's have a look.
Yeah, well, I'm not going 4 hours without swerving and swerving now, and we could still be live, okay?
We are still
Learned
live.
my lesson last week. We are. Go. See, I could have easily left up there.
Yeah, you could have got a rhino. Why is the ending not working? Oh, here we go. Finally, it's behaving. Yeah, we got a lot of gremlins in the work here. We need a super fast computer, and then we can do everything on the fly. Thanks, guys. Susan.
Same time next week.
Jinzo, Crash, Renee, Charles, Ken. I think they went to bed though. Who else we got out there? A lot of other people. That's along to the end credits.
It's been great.
Well, at least we can troubleshoot those errors very quickly now. But we didn't used to have them, so it's something new in the works for some reason. Maybe it's because I dropped my headset. Maybe it just has a problem occasionally. I don't know now. I'm not buying another set. Can't keep throwing money away.
Yeah, I've got £100 set here I've never used.
Yeah, well, they weren't really good from the start, though, were they?
No, I've never done proper testing with them. They're always here anyway.
Yeah, I'm just ending now. Yeah.